it will be a bit slow and it'll lag and it'll freeze. So I'm just warning you.
God forbid.
I'll close all the windows I can. Right. And we are live, so we can start talking now.
Okay, well, thanks for inviting me on, Claire.
And we are live, so we can start talking now. You're
Okay,
very
well, thanks
welcome,
for
Doovid.
inviting me
I
on.
heard a slight echo and that confused me a little bit.
Yeah, I put the video. I'll share real quick on Twitter, and then I'll move over to my library.
You're on Odyssey too, then, are you? Was that what you meant?
No, I said I'll share that we're live on Twitter, and then I'll move over to my library. I'm using two computers now because I got my new MacBook.
Oh, right, okay, great. So Passover is actually tomorrow, isn't it?
Friday night, so
Yes,
two
yes, of course.
2 nights from now.
Mm-hmm. And do you celebrate it properly, or I
Well, I
mean,
mean, you're getting political if you're saying properly, but
well,
I
the
mean, like
hametz
according
and
to the
cleaning the stuff. I mean that's what strikes me about, you know, doing it properly. I guess I guess I've heard a few Orthodox rabbis talking about how one should do it properly, and it seems
yeah.
a lot of
Well,
trouble, which is impressive in a way.
there's two approaches to properly why it's a kind of like a false pretense. Like when I was on Zobita's, and she was kind of saying like, "You're not really, like you, God forbid, worship idols. You can't be an Orthodox Jew." So there's the commandments of what you're required to do, and then there's the prohibitions of what you're not supposed to do. So, um, if you like I said, I'm an observant Jew because I observe the majority of the commandments incumbent upon me, and although I might do some things that are prohibited or not recommended by the majority of Orthodox Jews. So Passover, um, I will do all of the like I'll have the seder, I'll have the 4 cups of wine, I'll have the matzah, um, and I'll say all of the prayers, the added prayers for Passover. I'll read the chanting and all of that, and I'll also strictly avoid the forbidden foods. Like the main prohibition of Passover is um, not having chametz, not having leavened bread. So to say, like, so in that sense, yeah, like I fully celebrate Passover to the standard of Orthodox Judaism, but generally my practices lapse of what Orthodox Judaism would consider proper.
Yes, I remember a few years ago I was talking to this Orthodox Jewess, and I said, what are the rituals of, the cleaning? I mean, I've heard how it's supposed to be done, described by an Orthodox rabbi, and she said, well, I get the maids to do it. So, um, um,
Well, there's actually ritual involved also,
yes,
and so the prohibition would be to not have any chametz at all. So if my camera's working, you could
yes.
see, like I got my kosher wine and matzah.
Mm-hmm.
Here, kind of just cheap Israeli matzah. Here, these are expensive. These cost like $40 a box. Here,
Wow.
handmade matzah. I got Borough Park and Lakewood. I got my kosher wine. I cleaned out my refrigerator,
Right.
so I have like I got rid of all of my comments from my refrigerator. I cleaned it out. So I
Mm-hmm.
got horseradish, and I'll do a little bit more shopping. But yeah, I'm all ready for my Seder, for my Passover. I clean my house.
Mm-hmm.
I started cleaning my house. I'll clean it a little more, but I already you know mopped my floors and cleaned out, and I separated all of my hummets into like a cabinet. So uh, you maybe in the olden days you would completely get rid of or finish, but these days it's too difficult to get rid of. So you could like sell or abandon, disown. So I've separated out all of my leavened, forbidden foods into a
Do you
separate.
have to sell it to your give it to your rabbi to sell it or store it or something? I think that's a procedure, isn't it? That if you have any, I don't know, spaghetti, I mean pasta, whatever, and you don't want to throw it away, you know.
Generally, most congregations you you sell it to a non-Jew because it's forbidden to have any benefit or even to own it during
You have
Passover.
to destroy it, right? Or destroy it or not sell it.
Um, so there's two things. There's a ritual before the beginning of Passover, um, of burning the chametz, but you don't actually have to burn all of your chametz. You could sell it, and usually you will do that through one non-Jew through the congregation. So usually the rabbi of a local synagogue or multiple rabbis will have a friendly non-Jew that will buy uh, the chametz and then sell it back right after Passover. There's actually, I think it's a mitzvah and a ritual that right, the day before Passover. So the night before Passover, um, there's a mitzvah to actually, yeah, that woman. Yeah, I keep on getting more books, and now I'm selling books too. So I'm in the book selling business. I have a bookstore. I'm not sure I could even. We want to tour my house. You want to see all the books all over everywhere in my house. I have thousands of books everywhere now. Like even I think I have a 5 bedroom house. So like most of my bedrooms are full of books. Uh, but you can see my eBay. Um, so there's the mitzvah to search for chametz, which is done tomorrow night, where you ritualistically um, search for your house through chametz, and usually, according to the rabbis, you put into little aluminum foil pieces of bread, and then you purposely to find just in order to fulfill the mitzvah, and you're supposed to do it with a candle and like a wooden spoon. Although the technicalities of the ritual, and then you search and you're supposed to find all the chametz, and then the next morning you ritualistically burn it, and then you say a special mantra: all leaven or anything leaven within my possession, whether I've seen it or not, whether I've observed it or not, whether I've removed it or not, shall be considered nullified and ownerless as the dust of the earth. And there's also like Hasidic prayers related to the destruction of the comets, like the destruction of the evil impulse and bad character. So that's you generalized, like say like in theory, all Orthodox Jews do this ritual, and it's ritualistic. Like usually people don't actually burn their comets. They sell it, and they'll just have a certain small amount that they'll search for and burn for the ritualistic sake, and then they'll sell it, put it in a separate cupboard or pantry. According to most of the halakha, you're supposed to seal it off so that you couldn't even get to it by accident. And in Israel, in New York, a lot of people will even have like separate kitchens. They'll completely rework their kitchen. It's a big deal to completely avoid chametz. That you wouldn't even touch it because the connection is like chametz is like evil, and even the tiniest bit of chametz is like bringing evil into your heart. And then the Kabbalists say
Cookies are
very bad.
chametz, aren't they?
The what?
Cookies. Would that
And
be?
any leavened product, anything with wheat, cookies, brownies,
Mm.
crackers, spaghetti, not just bread, but any normal wheat product that is called leavened or raised with mixed with water. uh,
So is it allowed for you to gather up your hammocks and then say, I've sold it to my neighbor who doesn't actually want it, but I'll just bag it up and say it belongs to Mr. A next door. Is that allowed?
yeah,
Because
you don't need to go through like the rabbi and the communal leader to do it. You could do it on your own if you have a friendly non-Jew. Usually, the non-Jew who buy it is familiar with the ritual and why uh, they're doing it. In Israel, they'll like or large companies they'll actually contractually um, make some sort of agreement. Like they're selling it and they have an option to like annul the contract after Passover, and should they not, then they have to pay large sums of money because, like, God forbid, if you own a supermarket or a large business, you could
a
have
granary.
millions of dollars worth of food. So they'll have a contract in place that the person is required to pay some sum of money should they move forward. And it's kind of like a loophole. Um, there's also abandoning it, so you make it ownerless. So say like the prayer says like that before, like any comments that I have is ownerless. So it's preferable to sell it. So you could just like abandon it, but then that would technically mean that like if you make it ownerless and someone comes into your house and takes it, that it's not stealing. God forbid, my local rabbi used to tell the story of the person who like it, a lot of Orthodox Jews just go away for Passover because like the cleaning and all this stuff is very difficult. So they'll just go like to from New York, like either upstate New York to the Catskills or to Florida for the
Yes.
Passover holiday, and then they'll just abandon it. So the rabbi tells the story about the man who abandoned his house for Passover because he forgot to clean his house or sell his chametz, and Passover came, and so he abandoned his whole house. Um, and then his friend took possession of his house, and the rabbinic court actually upheld that his friend was able to keep half of the house because
His
either the
Gentile
man,
friend, yes?
no, his
Or
Jewish
his
friend,
Jewish friend. Okay.
meaning so like the dangers of just abandoning your comments. It's preferable, according to most halachists, that you should sell it, and
Yes.
but you could technically, as the prayer says, you could abandon it, but it's saying if you abandon it, and so if you don't clean your house, or like so in order to uh, you should collect it all to one area. So when you sell it, you can't just like sell. I mean, preferably not to just sell your comments. You collect it all to one small area, and then you sell it, and you'll have a location. And so if you didn't clean your house, so the guy just abandoned his whole house, and the rabbinic court held that his abandonment of his house was legally binding, and yes, that's a story my local rabbi used to always tell about the seriousness of chametz. But your average
That's
Jew,
why Jews are such good lawyers, right? I mean, because of all these crazy rules that you have to
well,
get round in order to be kosher.
well,
But
I mean,
still.
because we have a legal tradition that I mean that anyone could learn the law, or there's always law, but Jews have especially Orthodox Jews have a legal tradition and think in legalistic terms because our religion, like we essentially see God as the lawgiver. Like I was on that Titans TV, the Pan Africanist from Speaker's Corner, and you're talking about theology, but the conception of God as a lawgiver, or if you go to the synagogue, like we have our ark, and within the ark is the laws of Moses, the books of Moses, that so to say, our idol is the law. So it's natural for Jews to go into the law. But as I said, your average Jew um, does, an Israeli does celebrate Passover, maybe has a meal, has some matzah, but doesn't isn't strict about the forbidden items. So as I say, like, okay, you're observant there's two aspects to it. That in Hebrew there's the mitzvah aseh and mitzvah loitaseh. There's the positive commandments, and then there's the negative commandments. So say you're an observant Jew if you do the positive commandments. Um, saying you're a better observant Jew if you also avoid the prohibitions. And so a certain level, so if you're Orthodox, generally you're expected to do the positive commandments and also avoid the negative prohibition. But to a certain extent, when does a person not no longer under the Orthodox label? Is it just not following? And then there might be communal standards of what puts a person under the fold. But from a strict legalistic point of view, there's separate, kind of like two double ledger accounting, where your average Jew does some of the positive commandments, maybe avoids some of the prohibitions. Um, in fact, in Israel this year, the coalition almost fell apart, and one of the members of Knesset left Prime Minister Bennett's party because of trying to enforce Passover law in the public space, specifically in hospitals, that generally the religious ministers have been able to enforce Israeli legal law that you can't bring chametz into public places like hospitals or government buildings. And this year, with the more secular coalition, they wanted to do away with it. Israel's a modern state, not based on superstition or religion. More like Jew as an ethnic identity, and the state is not going to enforce whether you could eat chametz on Passover. And so to say the Passover wars is a common element of Israeli politics, because most Israelis, although they do something for Passover, make a Passover Seder, don't avoid eating chametz, and then to try to use the government to enforce a religious law is generally very unpopular. And so I'm not sure if you or anyone following the Israeli politics with the Passover laws.
I wasn't aware of that. But so, do you
Oh
think
man, we got Joe in the chat. If Joe wants to be a man, send him a link and step up like he was, critiquing my critique of laughter, and he wanted to teach me about Aristotle and the Greeks when I was telling him about laughing being a sign of bad character and quoting the Greeks. So God forbid if he wants to become a man and step into the arena, you could bring him on.
well, he won't even give me his email. So he's a very frightened man indeed. I mean, he just likes taking pot shots at people, and he's not very popular with the other unmarriageable bachelors either. But just
I
going.
pegged him as a troll. I didn't know who he was, but he was on Ralph's just like his long, like it sounded like he just wanted to attack me. Like if he had something to say about like the Greeks and the science of laughter or the history, philosophy of laughter, but it sounded like he was more interested in like, ha ha ha, I proved you wrong. Um, but so it was unclear.
Yes, I mean he attacks everyone really. So I mean I wouldn't be too bothered about it. But going back to Passover just for a minute, do you think all these rules were just cooked up to make Jewish housewives spring clean their homes properly?
No, it's strictly in the Bible, and it's related to the foundational principle. Did you see me on Titans TV? Are you familiar with Kamal and those?
I think you did tell me, and I did listen, but there were audio issues, so I didn't really get it, and I didn't bother listening
Okay,
again.
have you seen? Are you familiar with those people from Speaker's Corner?
I don't remember meeting them, no.
So
But I was
after
there
the
on
program,
Sunday.
I stayed on. Like Kamal left, and then some of his friends, like we argued for like 5 hours, and one of the things we argued about was the Exodus from Egypt, and I guess they have these Pan African theories. Uh, but even in the First Commandment, I'm the Lord your God who took you out of Egypt. You freed us from slavery and bondage. The Exodus foundational story of Judaism includes Passover and the commandment to not have leaven. It's specifically related to what if you're Orthodox, so to say, the history of Judaism, the factual history, or so to say, the foundational myth of being slaves in Egypt, and the full moon. So to say, Friday night will be a full moon, and the full moon is the same full moon for Christians in the crucifixion, but is the full moon where we left Egypt on, and we had to leave at night, and we were in a hurry because the Egyptians were pursuing us, and we didn't have time to let the bread rise, and therefore we ate matzah, and the commandment to commemorate the Exodus experience is explicitly written in the Torah and Moses, that it tells the story, and then it says that we should have this ritualistic yearly commemoration of the event, and it's repeated multiple times throughout um, the whole of the Torah. That so it's you could, if you're giving some sort of atheist or the religion was made up, but I mean the Passover is connected to the foundational story of us being in Egypt, and the not having leavened bread is explicitly written as part of this commemoration yearly memorial event of the Exodus from Egypt, and you so okay, it's related to spring cleaning, and maybe has utilitarian benefits. If you're religious, you say, okay, God designed it that way. If you're trying to say conspiracy of man, uh, that why the holiday is now. But I'm saying, if you read the Bible, it's foundational to Passover is the single most foundational holiday of Judaism. That's our founding story of leaving Egypt. And although we have like Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year's, or Hanukkah, Shavuos, Sukkot, popular holidays, Passover is the basic foundational holiday, and that's why I said in Israel, even among secular Israelis or American secular Jews, I think the number is pretty high, like 70, 80% of Jews, even atheist, all across the spectrum, have a Passover Seder because that's our foundational story.
I see. And one other thing that I remember about Passover is that Gentiles are not supposed to be celebrating it with Jews unless they are circumcised. Or have I got that wrong?
Um, so it's interesting. Among the Orthodox, or there's some literature in the Jewish law about that you shouldn't have non-Jews. So among so to say, Reform and conservative Jews, generally it's popular to share the Passover story with non-Jews, and there's a part of the Passover Seder is including the poor. There's the expression "halak ma'anya." This is the bread of the poor, the bread of affliction. All those who need are welcome to come. So there's an actual straight statement in what's called the Haggadah, the canonized literature that we read on the night, that says all people are welcome to join us. Um, and so among Reform and even conservative Jews, generally the time where they have non-Jews experience with us is Passover. However, among the Orthodox, you could dispute the origin. It's generally frowned upon, uh, generally period, to have non-Jewish guests, but especially Passover, it's a private thing between Jews and God that doesn't involve non-Jews. So that's one of the big uh, differences. If you're wealthy, you might have non-Jewish people serving to help out. But as if like Reform congregations, a lot of times have big Passover seders, and will have um, guests mostly non-Jewish.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So, but this thing that I remember reading somewhere about the requirement to have any um, Gentiles who passing Passover with you circumcised. Is that somewhere in the Torah, or did I just imagine it or something? Is there any scriptural basis for this memory of mine?
It's in the rabbinic law, and I'd have to look it up to see if they give some sort of scriptural evidence.
Hmm.
Um,
But
if you have the view that like kind of orthodoxy is proper and reform or conservatism is less proper, or to say doing it in line, how you understand that, and because doing it in line with the the Bible, the biblical dictates, but even orthodoxy adapts over time, and the Israeli so to say heretical scholars will generally show that all Judaism has changed. Very little is in line. Even in Israeli news today was, God forbid, Hamas making threats possibly of rockets if extremist Jews go through with sacrifices. So I think actually Low Gallon and his buddies are part of the Temple Institute that want to rebuild the temple and actually brought sacrificed a lamb for Passover. So I'm not sure if Lowell,
oh dear.
if but I think his friends actually are part of the actually sacrificing their Noahide movement is actually part of sacrificing a sheep. So to say that in the Bible the rituals that are written for Passover are around the temple cult and sacrifices, as opposed to even the Passover Seder, that the Passover Seder evolved from a post-temple destruction. So in ancient times, it was a pilgrimage holiday where all people, there's a tractate, a whole book of the Talmud, over 100 pages on Passover, and all people were commanded, at least adult males, I think even women and children, um, partially to bring an offering of a sheep to Jerusalem, and then they would partake in Jerusalem the collective meal of eating the sheep. And even poor communities, like people would team up. So if it was a poor village, hundreds of people might bring one sheep, and then they would bring it to the temple. And the Talmud actually goes into extreme detail about how they sacrificed all these sheep. Some estimates were over 1 million people, possibly tens of thousands of sheep would have been sacrificed, and the sheep would be given back. So the like if you were from where do you live in London?
I'm not going to dox myself.
Oh, okay. Well, if you were from like Stamford Hill or Golden Greens, if you were from a wealthy family, you might bring your own sheep. But if you were, from a poorer community, your whole synagogue might team together and bring one sheep, and then the Kohanim, the priest, would sacrifice the sheep, do all the ritual,
Uh-huh.
and uh, and then give it back to the group, and then they would have the collective communal meal
Hmm.
in Jerusalem. So to say, the Orthodox, the way that we do it today is a post temple rabbinic adaptation that even according to orthodoxy, like to say, do we plan on rebuilding the temple and going back to the biblical law, or have we changed? And that the way that we do it now has been a replacement, a permanent replacement for the temple practices. So if you take, so to say, the orthodoxy is the proper way to do it, and then it says
It's
like in
part of the
Israel.
Jewish experience to argue about these things, isn't it? I mean, even if you don't agree, I mean,
Yeah,
is
and then even in Israel, like I was arguing with Zobita, so to say, like mandatory military service, and even the state of Israel uh, has to some extent a negative look upon orthodoxy. So if you consider orthodoxy proper, then then you're at odds with the official state of the Jewish people. So it's very difficult to uh, you know have a vision of a proper Judaism.
it is a
Generally, to
multiple
understand
truth
Judaism.
hypothesis breaking down, isn't it?
Well, that's part of why I came up with the multiple truth hypothesis, but I mean because it's based on Pilpul and Talmudic Jewish sectarianism expanded to other fields. But yeah, I'm saying so. If you read the Talmud or rabbinic literature, you have this school does this or this school does that, and with Orthodoxy, um, you might have general accepted practices of um, that are accepted by all Orthodox sages, but it could be disagreed on by the Jewish state.
Mm.
For example, chametz. Like
Yes.
if you're in the
Yes.
army and the army wants to limit your ability to celebrate, you could be sanctioned by the state of Israel for trying to follow Jewish law.
Mm.
So it's very difficult to say, well, like, no, I'm a good Israeli, and being a good Israeli means that I put Jewish law second to Jewish nationalism, in a similar way to reform in England or America, where we're saying reformed, implying that there was something wrong with our historical tradition, and therefore we adapted and changed it. And that could cause theological. Well, don't you believe this is true? And the Word of God, but obviously no one keeps the letter of the law, and like if you try to sacrifice a sheep, they arrest people yearly. So like Lowell's group, they sacrifice a sheep like just in the countryside. But if you actually tried in the old city to bring a sheep, the Israeli government would arrest you. And so to that extent, um, so the Israeli state has outlawed biblical literalism. So well, the Bible says that I'm required to sacrifice a sheep, and so if I take a sheep out of my own volition and bring it to the old city on Passover, like I will be arrested
Right. But
by the Jewish state.
I see that secular law conflicts with divine law, and I guess the only way to resolve this to the satisfaction of everyone is to have a theocracy in Israel, and that would mean the restoration of the Sanhedrin. Is the third temple and the restoration of the Sanhedrin um, a kind of dependent on each other or not?
Well, they go together, but no, you could have the restoration of the Sanhedrin without the rebuilding of the temple, and that would probably be a precursor. Although, according to some sages, it'll occur after. From they attempted to recreate the Sanhedrin in Sfat about 500 years ago after the Spanish expulsion with Rav Yosef Karo and the Smicha and even the question. But it's like these are God's
Could you just
law.
stop and maybe explain the Sanhedrin and the Smika for people who are not familiar with those terms? Please do, Bed.
Smicha means the laying of the hands. So when a person was given, the rabbinate, hands were laid upon. Um, in the temple, there was also among the priests a blood rite, where you like Mashiach means the anointed one, and he would be anointed with oil. Although the high priest in the temple was anointed with blood, for the sacrificial rites. Uh, but after the rebuilding of the second temple, where there wasn't, so you had a period of kings, and then after the period of kings, the final before the rebuilding of the second temple, the exile to Babylon and the Persian, uh, Cyrus allowing us to rebuild our temple, and then Ezra and Nehemiah and Mordecai, the last men of the great assembly, who were still prophets, establish the Sanhedrin, the great rabbinical court. So generally, it's believed that that didn't exist. Like in the time of the prophets, we had prophets and we didn't have a rabbinic court like that. So it was after the ending of prophecy in the council that the last of the prophets sat in, became the Sanhedrin, and it sat in the temple. So with the rebuilding of the second temple, um, there was this great Sanhedrin, and it sat within, I mean, not the temple for the priests, but within the complex in Jerusalem, and it was established by Ezra and Nehemiah, who oversaw the rebuilding of the temple, and the court, if you know the historic troubles, uh, gets disbanded by the Greek by the Chashmonaim that
What's that? What's that?
after the Greek took over the temple, they had some kind of like puppet Greek leadership. And there's Matisyahu and the Chashmonaim and the Hanukkah story.
Mm-hmm.
And even though that they were priests, they usurped the kingship. And try to reestablish the Jewish kingship and make themselves king, even though they're from the priestly line,
That's a
not the Davidic.
Hasmonean dynasty, isn't it? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, and actually, God forbid, they they slaughter the sages and disband um, a period the Sanhedrin, or put in like a puppet Sanhedrin, because obviously they didn't want to go along with the a forbidden line of kings. So um,
Mm.
and then you have Herod, and so for a few hundred years during the Second Temple, you either have a corrupt line of the Sanhedrin, or or no Sanhedrin, and the Pharisees um, aren't really active in the Sanhedrin. They're at odds with the leadership because they don't recognize the Chashmonaim and the Jewish priest line of kingship, and then they don't recognize Herod and the Roman puppet Jewish kingship, and so the Sanhedrin um, is active. So
It
the
lacked
role is,
legitimacy, is that what you're saying? That was why it was dismantled?
yeah, yeah. So in the time of the Talmud, you have, like, even in Babylon, they reestablished a Sanhedrin in a rabbinic court. So to say, like, was there ever like a, but they so how the Sanhedrin existed, whether how much it was intact, and even so to say during the heyday of the Second Temple, how well it was intact. But the Sanhedrin lasts up until about 700, 800 AD in Babylon. And they have, a leader of the court, they called the Nasi, a prince, two leaders. A lot of times, one of them wasn't considered like the king, but was from the descendants of King David, like Rav Hillel, or Reb Gamliel, uh, and they had this smicha practice of the leadership when people were inducted or became a rabbi, a
Can I stop
ceremony.
you again about the smikar thing? You say it's the laying of the hands on somebody's head? Is that what it is? Or did I get it wrong?
Yeah, well, I'm making 2 points. The Sanhedrin always had problems, and there were always political or sectarianism within Jews, and alternative courts, or corruption to put corrupt people in power. But this process, going back to the beginning of the Second Temple, for over 1,000 years, uh, you have no. I'm sorry. I apologize. The Sanhedrin disbands um, after the destruction of the Second Temple and the stories in the Talmud. So when they move to Babylon, they have the rabbinic court that's similar to the Sanhedrin, but it's not considered proper smicha. And smicha is, this ceremony where leadership is given to a rabbi or the next
It's
generation.
like a
Eh,
coronation kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, but there's no crown, and it
Yeah,
has
okay.
hand laying. It
Yeah.
has a unique Judaic character.
Uh huh.
So the Talmud records a story of the end of the smicha ceremony with I forget the name of a rabbi who's assassinated by the Romans, and he tries to carry out a ceremony of smicha, and he's killed by the Romans, and that's the end of official smicha. And from that period, you could no longer have capital offenses, or various things that you needed the Great Sanhedrin to carry out. Although they had certain things like the declaring the new moon, they still carried out these ceremonies like the original Karaite,
Mm-hmm.
the fixing of the calendar, where they used to actually have people witness the new moon and then testify to the men of the Great Assembly, to where Hillel fixes the calendar. Ironically, once we finish talking about, we could talk about the violence in Israel, but this is
Mm-hmm.
once every 10 years, where Passover and Ramadan and
Yes.
Easter all overlap and are in the same month. That Ramadan and Passover,
Yes.
I believe, cycle every 10 years to be at the same time.
Mm.
But so after the Spanish expulsion, there were a few times where they made a Sanhedrin in Spain. I think under King Pedro, around 1200 they had formed some sort of Sanhedrin in Spain and were actually able to carry out capital punishment under the law of Spain. So Claire is always talking about capital offense. So there
Yes.
was a brief period in Spain where the Jews were given autonomy to carry out the death penalty. I'm not exactly sure how many people the rabbinic court killed, but there was actually a recreation of some sort of rabbinic court and the allowance of the Spanish king for the rabbinic court to carry out the death penalty
Uh-huh.
officially under Spanish law. Um, but after the Spanish expulsion, um, Jerusalem is in shambles, and the main establishment that the sages go to is this place called Sfat. Are you familiar with Sfat?
No.
Have you heard like the Arizal, Rav Yosef Karo?
No.
So about after the Spanish expulsion in the 1500s, um, the great sages, like some of them end up in Poland and in Amsterdam and Turkey, but a handful end up returning to Israel and create the reformation of Judaism in Israel. Rav Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, writes the Halakha book. The Arizal, the Kabbalah, his student Chaim Vital, the author of a lot of things like modern day Judaism, the canonization of the prayer book, certain rituals were made by these sages in Sfat, and they tried to recreate the Sanhedrin, and they do it. They do recreate the Sanhedrin and recreate Smicha, and there's talk about it, and they actually, God forbid, go through this mortification. They torture each other in order to purify themselves from
How
Christianity.
how did they
So
torture themselves?
they gave each other lashes, and they rolled around in bags of thorns. And
Oh,
there's actually the literature when they created it. Uh, I could look it up, but they give speeches, and it's specifically related to the corruption of Jewish culture from living in Christian lands. And in order to purify themselves from the sin of idol worship, not that they, I mean, they were always Orthodox Jews in Spain, but they determined that Ashkenazic Jewry or Spanish Jewry was so influenced by Christianity that even the best of the sages was basically guilty of idol worship.
wow.
And so they, um, but it would have been, so to say that there's bemazed and beshogeg in halakha, which means uh, purposefully and involuntary. So if you purposely commit an act, the punishment is death, as opposed to you inadvertently commit. Like, so if you inadvertently do idol worship, I think the punishment is lashes as opposed to death. And so they gave each other lashes, and they rolled around in bags of thorns
Wow.
in order to purge themselves of the influence of Christianity. And then they recreate the rabbinic court, and they canonize what is basically modern Orthodox Judaism, the way like we consider Jewish law, although it has precursors in Europe, that it became canonized, in Svas at the time after they returned to Israel and purged themselves of all of the Christian influence. However, this recreation of Smicha fell apart because it wasn't universally recognized. The Maimonides says um, you could only recreate the Sanhedrin if it's basically universally accepted by all the rabbis. There's some statement if you had like a consensus of 100 rabbis, but basically there wasn't universal acceptance. And the few rabbis, like generally Jerusalem was hardly active. So about 500 years ago, there were a handful of rabbis in Jerusalem, but Jerusalem was a minor um, Jewish establishment, even in Israel, that Jerusalem wasn't the main center. And, that's probably due to the Turks or political turmoil at the time. And the rabbis of the Jerusalem rejected the smicha, the recreation of smicha, and hence it ended shortly after. And, so after Zionism, the creation of the state of Israel, there was a sect of rabbis, Zionist rabbis, that tried to recreate the Sanhedrin. It's largely been rejected. Like Lowell and his rabbi Chaim Weiss was actually the head of that for a period of time. and like I said, a tenure. But among the mainstream Haredi, the recreated Sanhedrin um, isn't a major organization. Like it was never really accepted by Orthodoxy, even modern Orthodoxy. It was more just like a puppet project of a few rabbis, and they might so the possibility of recreating the Sanhedrin is basically messianic because you would need to have consensus among really all the rabbis, even all the Orthodox rabbis, even if you just put all the Orthodox rabbis, that would be near impossible, let alone all the rabbis or all the Jewish people. And you would need like a Messiah, messianic figure to bring the whole world together to have a universally accepted rabbi, because there are no universally accepted rabbis. And, so theoretically, to recreate, so almost all the sages, accept that the transmission has been broken, that there is no transmission going from Moses of smicha, that had been broken after the destruction of the second temple. The attempt to recreate it 500 years ago failed, and it will take something miraculous like Messiah, God being known on earth. So like you're talking about, you can't have a theocracy without God being at the head of it. So if most people are atheistic or question if God is behind the rabbis, you don't really have a theocracy. So you need really open miracles, that you would need some sort of open miracles in order to recreate the Sanhedrin, and so there would be no doubt in people's mind that so to say, that it's the will of God.
Hmm. So basically, the Sanhedrin could only be established or restored if there were enough Jews who wanted Israel to become a theocracy. Yes, I mean that's a given.
Generally, you would need universal acceptance, and it's saying like, God forbid, Claire has not been able to find two Jews yet who agree with each other, that to theoretically have universal acceptance of this rabbinic court among Jews would be basically an impossibility.
Well,
and
it's a
and, and
catch
it,
22.
would take, it would take open miracles, that there would there'd have, even the Lubavitch Rebbe and everything he did, and I would say the Lubavitch Rebbe is as close to the most universally accepted Jewish character there is, and the Lubavitch Rebbe is nowhere near universally accepted. And so to say, to have universal acceptance of rabbinic authority for as a precursor for theology basically makes it impossible unless God does open miracles.
Hmm. Hmm. So the rabbinical court, how many would there be? I mean, it was. I seem to remember 70. I mean, it's a
70, 70, 71,
right.
70, and then like the Prince 71. And um, it sat in the temple compound, and then the remnants of it, as they lasted in Babylon till till the fall of it would go over the history there, John is saying 33 ACE. I think it might even be after, as I said, after the IC3 Shalom. Um, so after the destruction of the temple, like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, uh, the Rome put a punishment of death for teaching Torah. So Rabbi Akiva is tortured to death. He's one of our most famous martyrs, and he's tortured to death for publicly teaching Torah. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai hides in the cave for 12 years, and has said that the last rabbi of the Sanhedrin was martyred by the Romans. And the Talmud brings the story of his martyrdom, where he actually had gathered to give smicha, and I have to look up the story if someone snitched on him, but basically the Romans find out about it, and the rabbi's martyred without being able to continue the line. And so after that period, that um, smicha. So smicha is somewhat related to the temple. In theory, you could have smicha without the temple. As I said, the vast majority of the sages put this kind of miraculous, unanimous consensus among Jews that would basically make it miraculous, like the temple. That is basically impossible that you can have this unanimous consensus among Jews to accept a rabbinic court. So just saying like we want a theocracy, um, even in Israel where you have um, like 25% of Israelis want a theocracy, or even a higher percent, like maybe even 35, 40% of Israelis would favor a monarchy, that you would have a universal acceptance of which rabbis are going to be. So even if 25, even of the 25% of Jews that want to return to a theocracy, that they would probably reject the theocracy uh, if it wasn't their rabbis in charge. And if you follow the Israeli politics, you could see that there's no faction of Jews that represents more than about 10% of Israel. So even the Haredim, if you had the Sephardic Haredim and the Ashkenazic or the Hasidic Haredim, there's so much infighting. You likely couldn't even get more than 5% of Israelis behind any rabbinic figure.
They could
So
have. Okay, this is just my little
but
idea.
it's like you would need some sort of open miracle.
Well,
So for you to say anything about this, like really, if you believe in God, so you're talking secular Quranism. So most of the scholars say like, no, it's going to take God in some sort of open miracle in order to get a consensus among
well, the
Jews
papal
behind.
conclave is a good way. I mean, obviously, I know you're not Catholic, but the rules of the papal conclave would be a way to get these rabbis to choose a chief rabbi amongst them, right?
Yeah, but Jewish law has a system of more local rule, that law is decided by local rabbis. So, like the common statement, like what's the halakha? It's whatever your local Orthodox rabbi says. So, if you're in Detroit or London, the halakha is not what you read in a book. The halakha is what your local Orthodox rabbi says. And if you ask like a rabbi in Israel, he might give you basic guidance or simple questions that are universal, but would say you have to consult your local Orthodox rabbi, because there's an element of local rule, that there's no Catholic system, and even the sages give different rulings for
But you can shop
different.
around for the Orthodox rabbi that most.
Well, that's
It,
why you have today the kind of modern day orthodoxy where you could get the rabbi for your opinion. So if you're in Stanford Hill or Golden Greens, there's so many rabbis that within a certain amount you could find the rabbi that's going to give you the answer that you want. And so if you have inconsistency, if you're part of like a group, like Satmar, Bells, Bubov, um, some recognized group, you're expected to take all of the rulings of the group. But the majority of modern day Orthodox Jews follow the majority of the sages, and will take different opinions from different rabbis on different issues, even though in general you're supposed to have one rabbi and follow that rabbi on all issues. So most, like Golders Green or Stanford Hill, um, there's hundreds of synagogues, and most people are members of multiple synagogues or pray at multiple synagogues, and you have people. So there'll be a general acceptance, like driving on Sabbath or something. You're in Stanford Hill, even like shaving. So if you're in Golders Green, you could shave and be an Orthodox Jew. You probably can't drive on Sabbath and be an Orthodox Jew. If you're in Stanford Hill, you probably can't even shave and be an Orthodox Jew. That there might be different rulings of different levels of acceptance, but even something like shaving, that's beyond the pale. And basically, the vast majority of rabbis in Stanford Hill would recommend against adult male shaving, as opposed to in Golders Green, maybe about half the Orthodox rabbis would allow you to shave, although to create an exception of driving on Sabbath. And now, God forbid, with Zionism in the state of Israel or anti-Semitism, that there's so many more leniences, like, oh, anti-Semitism, now I could drive on Sabbath. Like now, because you got to carry a gun to shul, because of like Jared Kushner was doing things that are so important for Israel that he was allowed to fly on Shabbos. And just like Naftali Bennett flew to Russia on Sabbath because it could save lives. So at a certain point, even within Orthodoxy, especially with rising anti-Semitism and the general consensus, you're supposed to live by the law, not die by the law. So as I think I talked with Luke Ford, maybe mentioned to you, the two general guidelines for adapting halakha are livelihood, business, and safety. That you're allowed to bend Jewish law for safety in basically all circumstances, not necessarily idol worship like the big three. You know what the big three are? I've told you this many times.
Adultery, sodomy, and idolatry. Is that right?
Well, not just sodomy, but any sexual sin, adultery, idol worship, and murder. But that some would include homosexuality or any of the forbidden sexual sins that is punishable by death, idol worship. We mentioned the other day when you were on Zobitos that that what is actually punishable by death. So to say, like having an idol in your house. What did you actually have to do to be sentenced to death for idol worship? And it's saying
I
like, no,
thought
I
it
don't.
was
The
you
most
had to be actually bowing before idols, consciously, willingly, intentionally bowing before them.
well, even questionably that, and it's saying even like the period of time in Spain, where the rabbinic court was allowed to have the death penalty. Like, could you, uh, so to say, put someone to death for converting to Christianity?
Well,
And from
they'd be out of your fold, so they'd be kind of voluntarily excommunicated,
well,
you'd
only if they
say.
had citizenship. I mean, say if you in pre liberalization, pre emancipation of the Jews in Europe, you were under the Jewish control, and Jews didn't have citizenship. They had a special right to be in the land, and that was contingent upon their status of being part of the Jewish community. And it wasn't like like if you're in Golders Green or Stanford Hill, you're a British citizen, and if you disagree with your community, you have British citizenship. But if you were in Europe 800 years ago and disagreed with your community, you didn't necessarily have European citizenry, and usually converting to Christianity was a precursor for European citizenship, but not always. So just like if a Jew just converts to Christianity and doesn't get citizenship, they might still be there at the whim of the Jewish community. So to say that their only right to be there is because they're a member of the Jewish community, and then to question is converting to Christianity something that a Jew could be put to death for. God forbid, we don't have to get too off topic on that, but just say, the death penalty, like it wasn't like, like, oh, like you went to a church, you have a Hindu, or even you were caught bowing to an idol. Like I have a picture, you were in that Hindu temple and you bowed, therefore you could be put to death. It wasn't that clear and exactly what you had to do uh, to incur the death penalty in the times where it occurred. But just for the purpose of what I was talking about, you have the big three that
But Spinoza was pre-emancipation, wasn't he? Or not? I forget now. 1600s?
where he was pre-emancipation, and I'm not sure of his citizenship to look in. How exactly if he was
Well, he became a
had Dutch
lens grinder
citizenship,
after he was
if it was dependent,
excommunicated.
and that could be that's why he converted to Christianity. As like
I don't think
Spinoza,
he converted to Christianity.
you could look in
Because
the
this whole.
bio, he did.
Did he?
And it could be because he needed citizenship.
Oh,
So it
are
could
you
be
sure
once
he did? Are you sure he did?
well, you could look it up if you disagree, but I'm pretty sure he did.
Well, because I thought that
Um,
his whole thing was, I'm a pantheist. I don't agree with this,
yeah, but
organized
my
religion
guess is
kind
that
of
he
thing.
needed citizenship, and saying that if he was there as a member of the Jewish community and his citizenship was dependent upon the Jewish leadership, and once the Jewish leadership said he's no longer one of us, he had to become one of them, and citizenship necessitated him converting to Christianity. So he didn't convert to Christianity because he believed in Christianity. He converted to Christianity because after he was excommunicated, he needed Dutch citizenship, and the citizenship required him converting to Christianity.
Or he would have been stateless. Is that.
Yeah, then he probably would have been forced to leave Amsterdam.
Uh-huh. Um,
And so I mean, you have to look at that. Saying like the nature of citizenship in the area. Um, but he was excommunicated before he converted to Christianity, and he was excommunicated for other things, and he wasn't accused of idolatry. That I mean, he was a heretic, but he wasn't. He might people might have said his ideas were similar to idolatry, but he wasn't accused of actually committing idolatry. And saying even after, say, if he did convert to Christianity, that was in order to obtain Dutch citizenship.
but I mean, isn't pantheism idolatry, technically? I mean,
Well, you're making religious points on, if you say like idolatry of the mind versus an act of idolatry versus an act of idolatry that you could be put to death for. So if you're an Orthodox Jew and for whatever reason you get caught at church, like bowing before the priest, um, saying, are you immediately kicked out of the Orthodox community? If they had the death penalty at the time, what would you say would have been put straight to death? Uh, Even in the times where they did have the death penalty, like in ancient Roman times, um, it was pretty hard to be put to death for idolatry. Like like generally, the person had to publicly, willingly commit an act in front of their fellow Jews who
mm-hmm,
warned them.
mm-hmm,
So what even the basic measure of warning, like if you go to the house of idolatry to offer some sort of offering to the idol, and you're warned, and there's witnesses that generally in the time where they had the death penalty, you had to publicly commit the act in front of Jews, and saying the death penalty was usually only carried out in Israel. That is, there was a brief period like in Spain or a few periods where there was a rabbinic court that carried out the death penalty, but almost always the death penalty was exclusively carried out in Israel. And the mentions that we have of the death penalty for idolatry was usually for people that were openly, willfully trying to get fellow Jews
mm-hmm.
to, so, and there were
People
periods of
like
time where,
Paul of Tarsus.
well, no, because it would have been, Paul wasn't, at the time, Christianity wasn't considered the type idolatry that would have been put to death for. So you would have been actually talking Roman pagan rituals, like the Saturn was like Pan. Saturn is probably the popular one in Israel in the Talmud, and they said uh, they used to throw stones at the idol, whatever it mentions in the Talmud or the historical accuracy. So it would have had to have been in a public place where the Jew was encouraging their other fellow Jews to commit the idol worship, and the rabbis or agents of the rabbinic court were there to warn them. So, like, it wouldn't have been a case like if a Jew snuck off or had idols in their house or even their backyard. Um, Possibly, if a Jew had idols in their backyard and was inviting fellow Jews and encouraging them to participate in idol worship, and then the agents of the rabbinic court came by and said, like, look, we're going to put you to death if you keep on trying to get fellow Jews to. But by saying the death penalty was very rare, and in terms of what level of idolatry had to be taken for the death penalty versus the big three where you have to lay down your life for. And that would, God forbid, we have large amounts of history where Jews laid down their life as opposed to converting to Christianity. Not that they were killed by the rabbinic court for converting to idolatry, but that there would have been forced conversion, and the leadership of the community chose death, even killing their women and children, as opposed, and there's it's unclear the estimates of how many times, but it probably happened maybe even tens, possibly hundreds of times, maybe thousands or tens of thousands of Jews in multiple communities during the Crusades or later periods, where there was basically a Christian horde that said convert or die, and the community leaders um, did some sort of mass suicide or even ritualistic murder, killing the women and children in order to prevent any of them from converting to Christianity. I'm not sure if you're familiar with these stories.
No, no, I'm not. But I can imagine that sort of thing happening.
But it would have been, generally, it's agreed that it's not the Jewish law. So that if there was a small Jewish settlement in medieval Europe, and it was during the Crusades, and they'd seen what had happened at the previous towns, where the Crusaders came in and said convert or die, and then they killed everybody except for the handful of people converted. That when the Crusaders were at the village gates, um, that there were multiple cases in Jewish history. Some people claim that it's a legend and didn't actually happen, but it's recorded in our literature and some historical sources that we committed mass suicide, including um, the rabbis and community leaders killing their own children and women in order to prevent them from converting to Christianity.
Just to make the point. Um, I,
Well, I mean, make the point that death is better than idolatry, and converting to Christianity is considered idolatry, and that the person would rather kill their own kid and wife and children than allow them to convert to Christianity. Because if you assume the women and children are weak, so the men of the community would have been strong enough to accept death, but the women and children might have been weak, so that they would have killed their own women and children, as opposed to allowing them to be forcibly converted to Christianity.
and it would have been called an act of Kiddush Hashem?
Kiddush Hashem, like that's the ultimate Kiddush Hashem. Generally now it's accepted like anyone who dies being killed for a Jew is Kiddush Hashem, but generally the Kiddush Hashem is the big three, where you choose death over the big three. But so I was mentioning the big three in relation to like what does it mean to be an Orthodox Jew. So if you violate a prohibition, it's not one of the big three. So like if you're in Golders Green and Sabbath isn't one of the big three. So like if you're driving on Sabbath, and so I was mentioning that Jewish law has adapted mostly due to two causes. You remember what I told you, the two causes why Jewish law adapts?
Um, Culture and
No,
law?
business and safety.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
That God according to Judaism, we're supposed to live by the law. God wants us to succeed, and where there's cases between conflict in Jewish law and success in business could cause leniency for Jewish law to a certain level. Safety is a much larger cause,
Medical
like as
emergencies and that kind of thing.
well, I say you could violate Jewish law for any of them but the big three, and that includes safety. So if it's a time of anti-Semitism or security, you can't commit adultery or kill innocent people or idolatry for safety, but you could violate Sabbath, you could shave, you could lie, you could do anything but the big three for safety. For business, there's you could violate basically any rabbinic law and take leniencies on a lot of biblical law in order to have better success in business. And so if you follow like Jewish law and how it's changed over time or why it's different in various communities, and that's why you find that Jews tend to match the communities that we live in. So Jews will have a flavor of the goyim that we're amongst, because we're allowed to adapt our law to succeed in business and for our own safety, and that generally means some form of assimilation, not like the level of reform, uh, but to some level, like I said, in Golders Green versus Stanford Hill. And so you have a lot of clean shaven Orthodox Jews. You have a lot of people. You're supposed to be distinct as a Jew. You should have the payas. People should recognize you from a distance that you're a religious Jew. But what about safety, and what about affecting business? So most people hold that you're capable of blending in with the goyim, not just for safety, but just to get ahead in business. So can you change your name and use an Anglo name just because it's going to be better for your business? Can you change your clothing and appear to be like the goyim? Various things, and there's a lot that rabbis will even tell you should do just for the sake of getting ahead in business, because Judaism generally wants people to succeed, and the rabbis want people to succeed, and that specifically is expressed in Jewish law through business. That saying that if it's good for business, then you're allowed to adapt Jewish law within certain
Bend the law
confines.
perhaps a little bit. Um, I have okay. While we were talking about Spinoza, you might be interested to know that he was buried near the Protestant Church, and he maintained a close association with the Collegians, a Christian sect of Remonstrants and Quakers. So he wasn't kind of Trinitarian Christian, but he was kind of, you know, in case you were interested. The other question that occurred to
He
me.
did convert to Christianity and thing. I mean, you're saying he was buried among Christians.
But he never converted, you see.
I
So
think that's disputed.
okay, I'll read you the paragraph.
Oh no, he left. No, it's saying so maybe he actually had to leave as opposed to converting to Christianity. So I'm reading here that,
Well, he
but
did
I
leave. He
think
was expelled, and he had to go. Well, he became a lens grinder.
well, I mean to say that once he was excommunicated from the Jewish community, the local goyim said convert or be expelled, and it's disputed, I think, among historians whether he converted or not.
Well, he was quite popular with them anyway because they liked his ideas of nature
But if you're
worship.
just talking about the law of citizenship before even in England, um, till a few hundred years ago, you had to convert to the Anglican Church to be an English citizen. So if you were a Jew in England, you were under a special, they didn't have like called a visa like in America today, but you weren't an English citizen. You had a special
Permanent
privilege to live
residence, maybe.
residency, but citizenship was dependent upon conversion to Christianity for most of European history.
Yes, because there was this rule that whatever is the religion of the monarch, that too must be the religion of his subjects.
Yeah, I mean baptism specifically. That is saying that means so in Spinoza's time, like in order to achieve citizenship, he would have had to be baptized. That was just the law of the land at the time.
Yes, so it says while he had not received baptism, there is evidence to suggest he joined the meetings of the collegians. So, well,
So if they broke their own law, like let's say the Goyim like Spinoza, and they knew he didn't really want to convert to Christianity, and they broke their own law and allowed him some kind of like partial Christianity where they didn't force him to do baptism, but they didn't expel him, and he, made some overtures to accepting Christianity, but they bent their own law because they really like Spinoza, as opposed to a normal Jew, if he was excommunicated from the synagogue, that it was either convert or be expelled. I mean, there might have been some other special permits to live there. That I mean, so Spinoza was an exceptional person, and the Goyim made some special exception. Although some people, it's disputed history whether he actually converted or not.
on the question of the Talmud, is there
That wasn't his excommunication. His thing, the conversion comes after his excommunication, and his thing it was based on his not wanting to be expelled. Why he would have converted? He didn't. He was heretical not because he wanted to be Christian. He was heretical for pantheism,
yeah, yeah,
which is also heretical to Christians.
yeah. The first time I heard of Spinoza was doing the Lake Poets. So, and the Lake Poets were nature worshippers, and they liked the ideas of Spinoza. I didn't know he was
Basically,
Jewish
Hindus.
till many years later. So, on the question of the Talmud, is there another Talmud? I mean, or has it been closed? I mean, I know there's a Babylonian and the Jerusalem Talmud. Is there another one, or being compiled, or not?
No, no. I'm saying there. I mean, in terms of the Talmud, there's a collection of rabbinic works. So there's an expression called a Torah Kula, which means all of Torah, which refers to all of the rabbinic accepted writings, um, of the um, Tanoian and Amoraim. So you have a period of time up until the end of the Sanhedrin, although it's not really the Sanhedrin of Smith anymore, about 700, and in Babylon.
Right.
And so there's all sorts of rabbinic literature. There's the Tosefta, there's Mishnah, there's the like the Rabbas, the commentaries on the Bible. There's the Zohar. There's other literature. So the Talmud specifically, there's the Mishnah, which Rev Yehuda Nasi writes, and it's the compendium of basically all of Jewish law and philosophy, everything you need to know about Judaism around 200 AD, in the one special exception where the Romans had outlawed all of Judaism except for one town in northern Israel, and where they kept the remnants of the Sanhedrin, but they didn't officially have a Sanhedrin. And besides for that one town, Judaism was forbidden to practice. And Rav Yehuda Nasi wrote the Mishnah, and about 200, and then going up to about 600 or 700 is the commentary on the Mishnah that also includes predated material from earlier times. And then there's two recordings. There's the rabbis of Babylon and the rabbis of Jerusalem. And the rabbis of Jerusalem are in Yavna, the town of Yavna. You're basically exclusively in this one town, where the major rabbinic establishment after the Roman destruction had moved to Babylon, where we could have more openly practiced Judaism. So the Babylonian Talmud includes the commentaries of the rabbis up to like 600-700 in Babylon, and the Jerusalem Talmud includes the rabbis that stayed in Israel, mostly in the town of Yavna, and is much smaller. Besides that, there's other collections of rabbinic work of the period that are put together in what's called the Tosefta, and then there's also like a bunch of there's a few other ones I'm forgetting the words offhand.
Right. I'm really more interested in the halakha. So where you mentioned a few names. So where would the law be contained in? Which of these documents would you say the law is contained in? I suppose I'm thinking of
Well, that's why I mentioned the Shulchan Aruch and Rav Yosef Karo in Svat, although he keeps the numbering system. So you have a period of the Tanoim, who are the rabbis up to Rev Yehuda Nasi in 200, and their names are listed in the Mishnah. And they're,
the
like
Mishnah
the early.
contains a halakha. Is that?
Well, the Mishnah, all of them includes the halakha, but you're referring to the later books. I'll get to it very shortly. But I was saying the rabbis are generally referred to time frames. So the Tanoim are basically the rabbis from 400, from the rebuilding of the Second Temple till Rev Yehuda Nasi, about a 600-year period. Then you have the Amorim, which are the rabbis from about 200 till 700, where you have the disbandment of the rabbinic court in Babylon at the time, which I think was Pumbedita and the name slipping. There are two towns, Pumbedita and another one, Surya and Pumbedita, were the towns in Iraq that had where the rabbinic court sat and was disbanded in like 700-800. So after that period, you have what are called the Gonim, and that includes like Reb Sadi Gon and others, and that goes on for about 250 years in the time of Islam. And there's a decline in the whole area, and basically the Jews migrate with the Muslims into Europe. So whatever was left of the rabbis in the Middle East, they basically abandoned the Middle East for Europe and end up in Spain with the golden age of Islam. So like in 1100, there's hardly anything left in Babylon, and the majority of the Torah Center is already in Spain. So that period starts what's called the Rishonim, which are the first, and lasts for about 500 years till the Achronim, and the Achronim is about 1500 with what I was talking about in Spain. Mm-hmm. So the rabbis generally followed the Mishnah through the Gaonim, and then when the Rishonim started, it became, because the Mishnah basically deals with Second Temple Judaism. The Mishnah, the majority of the Mishnah describes laws that are no longer practically applicable, and it was written after the destruction of the temple with the hopes that the temple would shortly be rebuilt. So the majority of the Mishnah is recording how the temple and the various things like tithes and things that can't be practiced anymore are practiced. So in till the in Babylon through the Gaonim, Judaism generally was fixated that we're going to very shortly rebuild the temple and return to the Mishnaic law.
Mm-hmm.
But after we'd migrated to Europe, basing the system off of temple Judaism was no longer practical. So we started having books that just codified practical Jewish law living outside of Israel without the temple. And there were multiple attempts. Maimonides writes the Mishnah Torah, which is a codification of Jewish law. There are a few different attempts, and there's something called the Arba Turim, which creates this codification and number system. There's 4 separate books of Jewish law dealing with daily law, the holidays, family purity, kosher, and business transaction.
And
So
divorces,
this,
surely.
yeah, yeah. So all the practical law um, is dealt with in these 4 different volumes, and I'm not an expert in it to
Mm-hmm.
know. Like experts in it know like the numbering system and can tell you, like which numbers or parts deal with which sections, but it deals with all of the practical aspects of Judaism that a Jew living in Europe would have needed to do without any reference to historical Judaism and how Judaism was practiced when the temple was built, when we lived in Israel, and like the types and the Kohanim and the Levim and the
Yes.
temple and all that stuff. And even stuff about the death penalty, like the point the death penalty didn't exist. Um, so this Arbitorum, the 4 books of the Halacha, um, in Sfas. So when Yosef Karo um, wrote the Shulchan Aruch, which was the main encoding of Jewish law that's practiced today, he kept the number system of the Arbitorum, the 4 different books, and basically as numbers, like chapter 1, through like I think they all go over 100, and so today in all yeshiva, like if you're in London or Detroit, um, is based on the Shulchan Aruch Arbitorum and this numbering system that is all of the practical Jewish law that we need to do um, outside of Israel without the temple. And so Maimonides also at the same time, like the Rishonim, um, also write the Mishnah Torah, which is a compendium of basically everything you need to know about Judaism. Um, that you wouldn't necessarily need to learn the Talmud. That you should learn the Talmud to know where the stuff comes from. But if you just wanted to know what you have to believe as a Jew, what you have to do as a Jew, you could look at these separate books that lay out the law for you. And so halacha today, Jewish law, is based on the Arbitorum and the Shulchan Aruch, that has the 4 main books that deal with the 4 aspects of Jewish life, and it's commentary on commentary. So when Yosef Karo, like I said, the division. So I mentioned you had the Tanoim, you have the prophets, then you have the Tanoim, which start with the building of the second temple from like 400 to 200, ending with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in the codification of the Mishnah. Then you have the Amorim, um, which means like those who say. The Tanoim, like those who teach. The Amorim, those who say. Um, Going like the next 400 or 500 years. Then you have the Gaonim, who oversee the transfer of Judaism from the Middle East to Europe for about 200 years. Then you have the Rishonim, where Judaism is basically centered in Europe, Spain, and France, and moving into Germany at the time. And then you have the Achroinim, like the Rishonim mean those who came first, and the Achroinim, those who came after, which is after the Spanish expulsion from about 1500 until today. Like some people say after the Holocaust is a new era, or some people say we're still in the period of the Achroinim. Like if you're a Zionist, the Zionist will say with the creation of Israel after the Holocaust and the expulsion from Europe, that we're in a new era. Although most like anti-Zionists say like the Holocaust and the expulsion from Europe didn't change anything. We're still in the period of the Achroinim, and that's also related to like Israel, because said the Shulchan Aruch, the Rishonim and the Achroinim wrote for Jews who live without the temple and largely live outside of Israel. So now that we have Israel, and there's been a vast return of Jews to Israel, should we go back to biblical law as opposed to the halakha, which was largely written with the assumption like the temple's not here, we don't live in Israel, and we're not going to be able to practice law as it was done in the temple period.
So you have these rabbinical courts called Beth Din, right? Which is
What?
Beth Din.
Yeah, that just means that the house of judgment. Beth means house, like and din means judgment. The house of judgment, the court.
So, well, these are in operation, and I mean, is this part of this system that you're talking about?
Well, it also goes to the centralization that I mean, you always had rabbis that were in communication or spoke to each other about rulings, but generally you had rabbis that were internationally accepted because they studied together, kept correspondence, but they were leaders of their local community and ran their own local court with other rabbis and made laws for their own area. And there wasn't a centralization of Jewish law. So that's why I say from the Achronim, the Zionists say that we're in a new era, and now that we have Israel, there's a return to the centralization of Jewish law, and like for things like conversion, like that has basically became centralized, largely due to Israel. That like historically, um, if you converted, it would be up to your local Jewish community. If they accepted you, they accepted you. And if you moved to if the convert moved to a different area, they might have a letter from their rabbis that would know each other, or they would have to, change their standard to see fit for the community they moved to. But after Israel, you had the attempt to re-centralize Jewish law, and that has been largely disputed and comes into like Zionism versus anti-Zionism, or the concept we say about Messiah and the Sanhedrin, that Jewish law will not be re-centralized until Messiah comes. And then the practicality of Israel and Jews participating. So if you're anti-Zionist, which the majority of Haredim, like the Jews in Stamford Hill, would say it's forbidden to take part in the Israeli system, that you don't want a centralization of Jewish law, and so the Zionist push would be that you need to centralize Jewish law, and the unfortunate nature is that the having a centralization of Jewish law, state-sponsored rabbis, has generally been anti-religious. That's why same with like Zobita about Islam, but Judaism. If you're an Orthodox Jew, you have more freedom to practice your religion in London or the United States or Canada, in English-speaking countries, Australia, South Africa, maybe not France, but maybe even other places, than in Israel. And it's because Israel has centralized Jewish law, and then you have the state coming to tell you like, well, we've determined that this is Jewish law, as opposed to being communally controlled by the local rabbis.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. So, um, my final question is Nidakat. Um, is
The
this?
city of refuge?
Hmm?
You're in the cities of refuge?
No, it comes under the heading of the 36 capital offences. And Ernie Dakat is becoming a citizen of a city that has gone astray, and
Okay.
which attracts the death penalty. Perhaps that's not something within the rabbinical curriculum these days, but it's one of the 36 capital offences.
Um, yeah, I'm not sure if that was ever instituted. Like if it's mentioned in the Bible, if it's even recorded in the Bible that it was instituted in the Bible, versus having historical precedents for being practiced and recorded. And so, I mean, if you're theoretically, say you're talking about the re-centralize of Judaism and the, creation of the theocracy, that the main perspective is going to take some sort of divine miracle to recreate that. So there's no precedence for man to recreate that, and even say be completely forbidden, for man to, even say like, generally among Orthodox Jews, anti-Zionism was the norm until the success of Israel and also the reparations and various economic factors. As I said, that one of the key factors in bending Jewish law is safety and success in business. So as it became more successful to uh, accept the state of Israel, funding and business practices and safety, that people had more security under Israel, that there's been a widening acceptance of the state of Israel, and hence the push for centralization. So in Israel, the chief rabbinate among Haredim Orthodox Jews is generally not that respected, not considered valid. They're just state rabbis, kind of like of the ancient times, of puppet rabbis of the state, and people, no one really accepts their ruling positions. If you're an Orthodox Jew, you have your own rabbis, and we could go over the history of the split off of the rabbinate. But I'm trying to stress the point to you is that you would basically need open miracles and for God to reveal himself, so to say, in order to have a recreation of some sort of theocracy where you would have something like capital punishments. I don't know, like in Islam, if or however they establish this, and then give the court power. And it's saying Israel, in theory, is a secular democracy. Although Israel, I don't think has the death penalty now. I know they put, um, uh, God forbid, the name slipping me, of the Nazi war criminal that they captured and brought back to Eichmann to death.
Mm-hmm.
But I think since Eichmann, they got rid of the death penalty. And even then, in Eichmann's time, there was opposition to his execution. But as of now, even the state of Israel doesn't have the death penalty, and it's not a theocracy, so that it would be almost impossible that Israel would revolve into a theocracy, especially that Orthodox Jews generally don't serve in the army, aren't at the high-ranking powers. Israel's basically a military state, and the people in the official governmental posts are almost all military, and that precludes Orthodox Jews, because although there's a handful of Orthodox Jews in the military, that largely precludes Orthodox Jews from reaching a higher level. And even like Naftali Bennett, wears like the tiny kippah, is clean shaven, like he calls himself Orthodox. He's the most Orthodox of anybody, and he's hardly even Orthodox. That the chance of a theocracy is basically null unless you're a believer, and that would be because God would do open miracles
Yes.
like in Passover that would make that the circumstance, and it would clearly be to all of humanity's eyes, like the Passover story, an act of God, not the act of man.
Right. Do you have anything to tell us about Rabbi Kahane, who was, I believe, the only rabbi who proposed that and was getting quite popular before he was assassinated?
So ironically, Rabbi Kahane today is the only is a reform rabbi in the Knesset, the first reform rabbi to be a member of Knesset. So, like, ironically, you have the
Well, his
historic
son,
Rabbi
his
Meir.
male descendant, relate.
No relation, or
Okay.
distant relation, if there's
Uh-huh.
any relation that is distant, just the same name.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just ironic that the new coalition, like I told you, the almost breakdown of the government is because of the increasing anti-religious measures. And right now, the Haredim are not part of the coalition, and there's been an increase. And so even the one member of Bennett, who's supposedly Orthodox, was going to quit the coalition because of Passover. It's like, like, come on, we're supposed to be religious, and here we are letting people eat chametz on Passover. But currently, uh, the minister of religion in Israel is Rabbi Kahana, and he's a reform rabbi. So I don't know if you knew that. I
No.
mean, if you're just mentioning Mayor Kahana's been dead for decades.
Hmm.
His political party is out. Maybe among people you speak to, he's popular. But today, Rabbi Kahana, who is in charge of the Ministry of Religion in Israel, is a Reform rabbi.
Okay. Okay. Uh, so
I mean,
it
it makes it like people have a lot of cognitive dissonance. And I mean, he's an Israeli Reform rabbi as opposed to American, so he's like served in the Air Force and is kind of pro-military. But the dissonance of saying like, no, the official minister of religion in Israel is the Reform Rabbi Kahana, that is of no relation or direct relation to Mayor Kahana, who's generally considered a pariah and was forced out of Israeli politics, and even the breakdown of Netanyahu losing was for including Kahanites in his coalition. So I don't know, like in London, if the type people you speak to are sympathetic to Mayor Kahana or something like that. But the current facts on the ground is Rabbi Kahana is in charge of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and he's a Reform rabbi who's saying that it's okay to have chametz on Passover.
So Jewish identity seems to be a very controversial thing. It seems everybody is having identity issues, and
Well, it
certainly
was like
Jews are.
Zobitas. Are you talking about like like the Torah Carta, like so to say, it's very difficult, but like most Orthodox Jews in London are anti-Israel, and because Israel, because two things. One thing, it's easier to practice your religion in London than it is in Israel, and because Israel officially has rabbis that say that your rabbis are wrong. So if you're a minority and have religious freedom, so if you're in America and are um, Orthodox Jew, and you have the right to practice, and that's your belief system, and the country protects your right to practice, as opposed to you're in Israel, you have official rabbis who say that your rabbis are wrong, and our Jewish state represents Judaism, and these rabbis are just fringe extremists that we should use the power of the Jewish law to crack down on. And so there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. So you're like, oh, Doovid, he does Hindu stuff, and like he's a bad Jew. Saying, but it's saying like Hare Krishnas have their own units in the IDF. Hare Krishna is officially recognized minority status religion for Jews in Israel, that the IDF gives special provisions so that Jews could practice idolatry. So like Claire is talking about like you should be put to death, but it's like no, like if you're a Hare Krishna in
No,
Israel,
no.
the IDF will make special provisions so that you could worship your idols. But if you're Haredi, the IDF will force you to dump some of your practices, and because they don't deem that so to say official Judaism. That's just fringe extremist interpretations, invalid interpretations of Judaism. Without the multiple truth hypothesis, it's really um, too much. Like so, Zobita is gonna like tell a rabbi that Duvid's a bad Jew, but like who's she gonna tell? She's gonna tell like an anti-Israel rabbi that's an enemy of the state of Israel, and so so it's
Well, ultimately, it will be God who will decide whether you did a bad thing. When you meet your Maker, because obviously, no Gentile is going to execute you for idolatry, and rabbis don't have the power to do that in America. So, but what I was talking
well, that's
about
my
is
point. That's
really
saying
the
that
the,
the
the
IDF
Olam
in the
Haba.
state of Israel makes provisions to protect Hindu Jews, and then makes provisions to prevent extremist interpretations of Judaism that in London or America would just be considered mainstream Orthodox. So it'd say like, no, like Doovid the Hare Krishna is not an Israeli dissident. A Haredi Jew is the Israeli dissident, and that's that was the flaw in Zionism, and the point of the decentralization, that so to say, uh, your local Orthodox Jew who say like Duvid's a bad Jew, it's like, well, you're a draft dodger. If you went to Israel, you would be arrested for draft dodging, and so it makes certain complications, and anti-Zionism has become very unpopular now. Anti-Zionism has been determined to be anti-Semitism, that except for Orthodox Jews, and even there's a push now to label Orthodox Jews or anti-Zionist as anti-Semitic, and then so then you're going to push off and to say that like Doovid's a upstanding Jew who practices Hinduism and would be honored by the state of Israel, as where the Orthodox rabbis would be forcefully uh, uh, disallowed from practicing their extreme interpretation of Judaism.
Right, so you are having a culture war in Israel, aren't you?
Well, also in American London, and so
Yes.
if you're like Joseph Cohn versus like Notori Karta, and so you're saying like you're gonna try to have the best of both worlds, and then you're gonna kind of
I saw
lie
him
to
on on Sunday.
what Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, yeah, he was there.
Oh, I'm good for him. I mean, personally, I just like in terms of sectarianism, where you're trying to sell Israel and Orthodox Judaism at the same time, when really there's intense sectarianism. And how do you explain anti-Zionism? Even the Satmar Rebbe, uh, when he met, I think it was President Carter or President Ford, um, said something positive about Israelis, and the Satmar Rebbe, Rav Khan at the time, uh, I mean Yoel Teitelbaum at the time was the largest anti-Zionist in the world, uh, didn't say anything to him, and then after he left, he was like, why didn't you mention that we think these Zionists are evil, wicked people, and because he was constantly saying these Zionists are evil, wicked people, and here the president of the United States says something positive about one of these Zionists that he's always bashing, and the Satmar Rebbe is known to say something like, "You expect me to explain this to this guy?" That even the president of the United States, like, he's not going to understand this Jewish sectarianism stuff. He's not going to understand that we don't hold of these Zionists, or even like Joseph Cohn or something like that. He's trying to defend Israel and the actions of the IDF, and then he's also trying to defend Orthodox Jews. And then he's also going to be like, "But Doovid, you're Hindu," and saying, "Well, aren't you defending Israel? Doesn't Israel defend my right to be a Hindu? Isn't Israel a
Well,
modern
it
secular
wouldn't
state
if
that
it were
allows people to be
theocracy.
homosexual and allows people to be Hindu? Wouldn't the IDF make special exemptions for me to worship idols in the IDF?" And these are kind of like factual statements
Yes,
that are just matters of Israeli law, but cause large amounts of cognitive dissonance and are
and
very
the only
difficult
way
to
of
explain.
resolving it, surely, it would be, well, theocracy.
No, but Messiah, open miracles of God. There is no
Yes,
solution.
yes.
Means that you need, as I said, that you have to get ahead in life. So how did Doovid become a Hindu? Like, okay, I was trying to go to university and get ahead, and I was just, I trying to be safe. Like, I needed friends, I need to be part of a network in order to get ahead and and be safe, and I chose the Hindus. Um, or the philosophy, whatever reason, or I'm a product of intermarriage, even to, so to say that my status in the Jewish people is even questioned as of that, whether I'm even Jewish or not is a matter of Jewish dispute. And then, to say in America, well, there's more of me than there are of them. So okay, Doovid's a half Jew, or someone of questionable Jewish lineage, and well, there's a lot more of me than there are of Jews that are of good lineage. And so, who speaks for American Judaism and saying, well, certainly I'm a Jew, and then if you have good lineage in America, and you're saying, well, I should speak for Judaism, but you're saying, well, you don't represent the majority of Jews. The majority of Jews, are Reform or secular, and then you have people like Claire who's like, well, there's a proper Judaism, but then what do you do with the dissonance and all the levels? Like, okay, you're a proper Jew, so you oppose Israel. You're a proper Jew, so like you have to uh, saying that Judaism has said the main exemption in Jewish law is for business and safety, that it specifically says "V'chai you should live by the law. So
No,
the purpose of Judaism is to live and have a successful life. You're supposed to live by the law, not die by the law.
right. Anti-Zionism. I mean, what does it really mean? I mean, does it mean that the person who's anti-Zionist don't think Jews deserve a homeland? And what does it? What do they expect Jews to do? I mean,
You could put it on an extreme level that you could call Zionism as idol worship, And people throw around the word like just like racism. So among like Orthodox Jews or Muslims, they throw around the word idol worship. And so they go, Zionism's idol worship, just to mean it's the worst of all things. And even, God forbid, to like curse people to death. God forbid, Jews who don't watch their tongue and enjoy cursing their fellow Jews and like, I hate you, I hope you die, God forbid. Um, but so in extreme circles, you might put Zionism's idol worship because it's a rejection of God. So you have people like Claire, talking about recreating the theocracy through political means and saying like, no, the state is your idol. And so Zionism is idol worship. And in this case, it's not like Jesus or a statue, it's the state that has become your idol. But, in the
Well,
sense that
because they
means
don't
like,
believe that the state will protect them. So,
but it doesn't mean that you could put people to death for the sin of idol worship. When you say that
well,
Zionism is
it's a
idol
metaphor,
worship,
I understand.
well, you could mean it in a strict way. So I said that what you actually got punished to death for, generally the rabbis had a pretty strict definition. Like it had to be publicly, uh, and you could even put that into Zionism. But I mean, you were talking about like doing some sort of act to idols publicly and encouraging other people to do it in the land of Israel. But I mean, if you want to take it like Zionism, if you're publicly a Zionist and you're trying to convince other Jews to be
Well, okay.
Zionists,
Let me put it to you this way: if God exists, would He approve of Zionism?
well, I'm saying sectarianism. So it's saying we need God to do public miracles. And if God, saying we don't, if God exists, like we believe that there is a God, but God, so to say, Kel Nistater is hidden. And so we need, when Messiah will come, the Maimonides lists, based on previous sources generally accepted, that Messiah will make universal acceptance of God, that all people, like it says in the prophets, every knee will bend, every tongue will confess. It'll be universal that everybody, there will no longer be atheism, and God's presence will be
But we
felt
haven't
again
done
among all
anything
of
to
humanity.
deserve it, have we? I mean, I assume that He will
But I was saying
probably
that
punish
that
us,
it will
then
be
reward us.
it will be a paradigm shift. It will be, some say, like a fundamental difference in the nature of the world. However, the laws of nature work now, that the laws of nature will be different in the sense that atheism will no longer be possible. God will be felt. And, even we're talking about Passover. I was arguing with, Titan TV offline with his guys after the show about, the statement about free will and various things. In the Passover story, um, there's 10 plagues. Like, are you familiar with the 10 plagues?
I would be able to list them.
But you're familiar with the concept of 10 plagues.
Yes, something
In,
about
in
frogs and things.
Yeah, there's 10 separate occurrences where Moses goes to Paro and says, "Let my people go," and Paro says no. And after the first five, for the first five, Paro on his own rejects Moses' plea to let the Jewish people go. But after the five plagues, Paro is ready to let the Jewish people go. And the Bible says that God hardens Paro's heart against the Jewish people in order that God could reveal God's strong hand. That so to say, you familiar with the statement that God hardened Paro's heart?
To make him say no, you can't go.
Well, so that God could openly do miracles. So after God wanted to reveal the Torah and openly do miracles. And so according to the Jewish tradition, the first of the 10 commandments includes the Exodus, like the first command, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, freed you from slavery. It's in the first commandment that that there is a God, and it's the God who did these miracles in Egypt. And so the narrative in the book of Exodus is that after the first five plagues, Pharaoh was ready to let the Jews go. And God, the Bible uses the expression, hardens Pharaoh's heart, like removes his free will, and causes Pharaoh to increase the servitude on the Jewish people and not free them, not because Pharaoh wanted to, but because God wanted to demonstrate God's power and of the Exodus story.
Right.
So, so to say that Passover is a celebration of these open miracles. I mean, you could have a historical, but according to the Exodus story itself, is that God largely doesn't do open miracles. Like in the majority of the book of the Bible, even with Abraham, like Sarah gives birth in old age, or the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. But generally, God acts within the confines of nature, except in the Exodus story, where God openly did miracles in order to demonstrate that there is a God.
Well, the parting of the
And
Red Sea. I mean, that's the only open miracle that I can think of. That seems obviously a miracle.
well, and all of the 10 plagues, the mysterious death of the firstborn, the Nile turning to blood, the frogs, um, that the whole, and even the 40 years of manna being miraculously fed in the desert. The book of Exodus goes to extreme lengths to demonstrate that God openly did miracles in that period. So when the Jewish people, Moses isn't a prophet, like Moses is the representative of the Jewish people to God, but God did miracles that was openly obvious to all of the Jewish people.
Yes.
Any Jew who was in Egypt and left Egypt openly witnessed these miracles, at least according to the uh, biblical account, and has said it's the first commandment explicitly says so. And the narrative in that expression is that the reason why God hardened Paro's heart and increased, God forbid, the suffering upon the Jewish people. So I don't know. I mean, if you remember why were the Jewish people slaves in Egypt in the first part?
Because they did too well after Joseph did his
No,
thing.
because I'm referring to Abraham, where God tells Abraham that his descendants will be slaves in Egypt.
Oh, right.
So I mean, Abraham doubts God, and due to the doubt in God, God tells Abraham that his descendants will be slaves in Egypt.
In
And
what
this,
regard did Abraham doubt God? I'm not familiar with that story.
in terms of uh, in terms of the prophecy about the greatness of his descendants, that God tells Abraham that he's going to make great nations from him, and at that point, Abraham has no children. And so Abraham makes a statement like, to God, like, yeah, that can't be.
Oh,
We have to look at the verse to see the exact thing. And then God says, because of that, your descendants who are going to become great are going to have to be slaves in Egypt.
right. How many children did Abraham have? Two, as far as I know, but maybe more.
Um, he had multiple wives, so he had two main children, one from Sarah, Isaac, and then one from Hagar, Ishmael. I was mentioning on the Titan stream, Zobita related to Muhammad being a descendant of Ishmael. But then he had Keturah and possibly other wives that he had multiple children from. And like the Aryan invasion theory precursor, where the Bible says that Abraham gave gifts and sent his other children east, but they're not major characters and they're not brought down. But it mentions Abraham had other wives and sent them east. But this was before Abraham had any children, and God told him he was going to make like his children would be like this uh, stars in the sky, the sands on the beach. And Abraham has a moment of doubt, and because that moment of doubt, uh, we were punished to be slaves in Israel. But it's also the precursor for God revealing the Torah. That it's not just like God sent us a prophet, and the prophet uh, told us that this is God's word. God openly did miracles that were obvious to all of humanity that this was the God who created the whole universe that was doing this, and that at least the biblical narrative of the Exodus, and as I said, the story says that Paro himself heart was hardened by God for the purpose of being able to openly do these miracles, so that all of humanity and the Jewish people would know that it's God behind it. And so, generally, Messiah um, is also expected to be, this sort of open revelation of God. Like if you were in Egypt at the time and you doubted God, after the first plague, and even Paro after the fifth plague, he was no longer doubting God, and he had to have his heart hardened to, keep on oppressing the Jewish people. But at a certain point, you couldn't doubt God anymore. God's hand was so strongly shown that there was no longer any possibility for doubt, at least according to the Passover Exodus narrative. And the Messianic times is also to say that there'll be universal acceptance of God, where it'll no longer be a question of, um, do you believe or not? It'll just be obvious that there is a God because there'll be open miracles.
Well, it seems we're
And
very far from it, so I don't think Jews should be expecting the Messiah to turn up anytime soon.
what I mean, God forbid,
Oh,
like
you're all saying that the
you
Messiah
could see
will
war and
just turn.
violence increasing. So I mean,
Right.
God might not reveal Himself in the time of darkness. There could be tragedy, saying we could just kill each other and go through dark periods of time of pain and suffering without God doing some sort of mass revelation. But it's also possible that be like Armageddon, and then there would be some sort of connected mass revelation that would be like, no, there is a God, and it's going to become very clear that there is a God and that the Jewish people are God's people, and that the temple would be rebuilt and it would be done through open miracles. And that's
Talking
generally the
about the
main,
miracle, I mean,
well,
surely.
I think that's generally the mainstream understanding, say, of Orthodox Judaism,
So,
that there'll be some sort of open miracles. It'll be some sort of change in the fundamental way that
yes,
nature functions, where it'll no longer be possible to reject God. There will no longer
I
be
understand.
such a phenomenon as atheism.
Yes,
Not
but
because people's mind will be changed, but because the fundamental nature of how God is felt and present in the world will have changed. Like right now, God has been in exile, and like Jews believe in the time of the first temple, uh, the fundamental nature of humanity was different. Like it says, idols were real. That it says in the ancient times, idols were real and they worked, and God's presence was real, and prayer worked, and there's a whole list of ways that the sages say humanity, people live much longer and various things was different, and then it
Sarah
switched.
had um, Isaac when she was 90, right? That's one of the
Yeah, a whole
miracles.
bunch of
Was that a miracle?
well, it's saying that the fundamental nature of reward and punishment, that to say in ancient times generally good people were rewarded and wicked people were punished, and it was obvious that if you
Well,
had
what about
material
Job?
well, that's why there's a book of Job, because it's an exception and Job is specifically tested, and Job is, even according to the Bible, is questionably ahistorical, just a parable. But the Talmud records that before the destruction of the first temple, that the righteous were openly rewarded and the wicked were openly punished. And if someone had, children, a big family, and wealth, it was the explicit reward for righteousness. And if someone had sick, poverty, lack of family, that was the explicit punishment for wickedness. And then
What
after
about
the destruction,
Ecclesiastes? That's pretty nihilistic, isn't it? I mean,
when
were they
King
written by
Solomon,
the same people, Ecclesiastes and the Book of Job? I see
no,
certain stylistic
Ecclesiastic
signatures.
is ascribed to King Solomon. The Talmud says there's a dispute, and it gives seven possibilities of Job. Possibly he was a non-Jew. Some people claim that Job was Moses during the time where he fled from Egypt and came back. And the Talmud even says that Job didn't actually exist and is a made-up parable.
Well, he's in
Uh,
the Quran, but with a less annoying wife.
Yeah, I mean, so the Talmud gives but the Talmud discusses that and says that to say possibly like in the Moses Exodus story where Moses kills when he's still in the house of Paro as the princess's daughter adopted son, and kills the Egyptian slave driver, and then flees for 70 years to Jethro. That one supposition is that Job is Moses during the time, those 70 years. And then there's a few others, but also say that Job could have been a non-Jew, and Job could be completely made up and non-historical.
But he was
But
restored. The point was that Job was restored. I mean, he was.
what I'm saying, the theological lessons, all the other books in the Bible are historical according to the canon. Job is the only book that is claimed to possibly be ahistorical. And so ecclesiastic is attributed to King Solomon.
Yes. Mm.
Um, but I'm just making the point that when you talk about the reestablishment of theocracy, that the mainstream opinion is will be through open miracles of God, and
Well, it
theocracy
could
will
be a
not be.
theocracy if it were, you know, well,
And
secular
on the joking
Quranism.
level, even without like open miracles like the Passover story, that just having a universal acceptance of rabbis among Jews is enough of an open
I
miracle.
understand.
And that's even said as an Orthodox Jewish joke.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
know.
for us people who don't like humor, but saying you don't need like God doing like plagues and open miracles for
Yeah,
all of humanity to
getting
see.
rabbis to
Just
agree
having
would be
all
a
Jews
miracle.
agree on something
I know.
would be enough of an open miracle for Messiah to come.
I understand. But talking about miracles, Muhammad didn't perform any miracles. So he was, you know, basically a political and military leader who performed no miracles. But perhaps that is more interesting than being a prophet that did perform miracles. Because,
No, none of the prophets don't perform miracles either. So
well,
I mean, Moses didn't perform miracles; he just prophesied. I mean, like with his like staff for coming to a snake, and even Moses, he just God Moses is God's spokesman for the Jewish people to Paro. But like no, I mean, none of the prophets perform miracles. God performs the miracles, and God just gives voice to the prophet to tell of the miracle. But even the Moses himself said we don't follow prophets because they do miracles, and even doing miracles is possibly a negative sign. But it's the prophecy about predicting what's going to happen is how you demonstrate being a prophet. So Moses predicted; he said the plague was going to happen, and then it happened. That's why I said that um, Moses goes to Paro speaking on behalf of God and says, "Let the Jews go." And Paro says, "No." And he says, "If you don't, there's going to be this plague." And then the plague happens. And after the fifth plague, um, Paro's ready to let the Jewish people go, but God hardens Paro's heart because God wants God to be known to everybody, not just Moses, not just like Moses as a miracle man, but saying it wasn't Moses, it was the God who spoke to Moses. And that's the intention of the Exodus story to the giving of the 10 commandments, that it's not about Moses, it's about God. And just Moses is the prophet. And so after the first five, the Jewish people are always skeptical of Moses. But it's not about Moses, it's about the God that prophesied to Moses, that gave the prophecy to Moses.
mm-hmm. So,
And they
oh,
also say that's why Moses, we don't know where he's buried, because they didn't want, it wasn't about Moses. We didn't want Moses becoming some sort of shrine or idol. And so God made it so that we don't know where Moses is buried, because it wasn't about Moses. It was just the message of God that was given over through Moses.
but the generation that left Egypt, none of them made it to the promised land.
Yeah, I mean, Moses himself, chooses Joshua. Um, and the Talmud says the, the because they openly witnessed miracles. So you have the element of faith that um, the Talmud says that anybody who was alive, even a maidservant, in the time of a splitting of the Red Sea, was a greater prophet than the later prophets. That they experienced a new God in a way that disallowed for the possibility of atheism. There's still the nature of sin, but that God was known to all of Israelites, and faith, so to say, starts when they enter Israel, when the generation who lived through the Exodus dies out, and you have the new generation that enters the land of Israel. You have the beginning of faith, because at that point, the people don't know God in the same way as the generation that went through the Exodus knew God. It's
I
not even
see.
like a compare. You could give a comparison to like like African Americans who lived through slavery, or even Jim Crow, or people who survived the Holocaust survivors. But that's just a level of suffering or something like that. We're talking like no, we're talking about faith that anyone who lived through the Exodus knew God without any possibility of doubt. And once that generation died out, you have the beginning of a level of faith where people no longer know God, they know of God. And then after the
Ah,
destruction of the first temple, you have even a lesser shift where God's presence is even lesser felt. And it'll be when Messiah comes, it will be the complete reversal. Some say to the Exodus state, where just everyone will know God, and some say that as the prophecies in Isaiah say that even birth, death, old age, disease will no longer exist. That it won't even be like you could no longer be an atheist, but even the cycle of birth and death itself will come to an end.
yes, but at the moment we can only deduce the existence of God, if that is what we want to do, because we could easily deny it. But I suppose I'm just saying that it's useful to believe in God
Well,
because,
it's saying from Judeo philosophy, it was purposely that way. That and so Maimonides even lays out that it's a necessity of free will, and to say, okay, Messiah will come, free will come to an end also. That in the Kabbalists, go into detail, uh, due to theological distinctions of how is it possible for there to be a separate entity, me, that makes my own decisions, and that after Messiah comes, that free will necessitates the ability to reject God.
well, I suppose he'll just zap everybody who didn't believe in God when he arrives, right? I mean, that is the whole thing. It's like, well, if you want to do anything now, you convert or you show you believe, but when he arrives, you know, all the ones who doubted God's existence would be zapped, right? Be
Yeah,
punished,
so the
sent to hell.
Kabbalists point out the paradoxical dichotomy between Rosh Hashanah and the high holidays through Sukkah and Passover, because um, Yom Kippur, the day of atonement, where God decides all of the physical things for the year, is a day of abstention from physical pleasures. We fast, and the four prohibitions of physicality, of no sexual relations, no wearing shoes, no using water, and no eating. Um, but the main theological purpose is where God decides the material bounty, I mean, the material things that are going to happen for the next year. So they say that Passover is like the Rosh Hashanah of faith, that a determinant of how much we believe and trust in God is determined on Passover. And the Passover, uh, the dichotomy of Yom Kippur, where material things like health and wealth are decided, we fast and renounce from physical things. On Passover, where we determine our level of faith, we actually partake in physical things. We have, the feast, the huge Passover feast, and the 4 cups of wine, and the reclining, and the various aspects, physical aspects. But
What is
so
the
to say,
reclining about? The reclining and drinking wine. Could you explain that ritual?
um, yeah, those are positive commandments of the 4 cups of wine, and to recline on Passover, and
You have to drink 4 cups. Is that it?
yes, it's part of the Passover seders, the 4 cups of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, like on a Sabbath, there's 2 cups of wine. Usually, you start with a kiddush, and then also when you grace after meals, um, there's a cup of wine after. But generally, there's 1 cup of wine on holidays. Passover is 4 cups of wine. Um, that may be rabbinic in origin. Is also the reclining might also be rabbinic in origin, actually. So the the
That's
the
quite a lot of
biblical
wine. Uh,
the what?
That's quite a lot of wine, I would say. Do you
Yeah,
have to
it's
finish
quite a
it
bit of
all?
wine.
Do you have to finish it
But
all?
I was making the point that Passover is the holiday about faith. They're saying Passover is about remembering what happened to us in Egypt, and saying that God is just as alive today as was then. That I'm a Jew. This is our foundational story of how we became the Jewish people, and why we do this stuff is because God chose us to do this stuff. And how we know that God chose us to do this stuff was because these open miracles that happened to us in Egypt.
Yes. When was the?
And we're saying the Haggadah that we should view ourselves like we came out of Egypt, not just like something that happened far in history, but like we're leaving Egypt this generation.
Okay.
But the dichotomy is
I
that
get
that's
the
done
idea.
through physical things
Yes.
that that faith. So I just mentioned that's a Kabbalistic insight of the dichotomy that Passover being about faith has a bunch of material thing, and Yom Kippur being about materialness has renunciation from material things.
Yes. And would you happen to know when the last act of Kiddush Hashem was for Jews on record? I know you mentioned something earlier, but that was during the Crusades.
Well, now they consider any martyr like I was telling Adam Green when he was talking about Jesus possibly and referred to in prophecies, and he was reading the reverse verses about martyrs. So generally, the sages say all Jewish martyrs, anyone who dies for being Jewish, is considered a martyr. And like the verses that talk that the Christians say refer to about Jesus refers to all Jewish martyrs. So, like, God forbid, the last Jewish martyr was, a few days ago in the terrorist attack in um, in Israel, or if and like most people say, all the Jewish victims of the Holocaust were martyrs, and that if you're killed for being Jewish, even if you're an evil person, that you're still accounted
A
among them.
massive lowering of standards. I understand. Um,
Well, not a massive lower standard, saying that that's uh, a Judeo approach towards martyrdom. It's not like Jesus, the perfectly righteous person who was killed even though he did nothing wrong. That in Judaism, you don't have to be perfectly righteous and killed,
well, you would
not
have
doing
to die
anything.
for principle. You would have to say something that, you know somebody's going to get annoyed and punish you for, such as ranking the four Gentile religions, which I know that
If
Orthodox
you're
rabbis
killed
refuse to
for,
do. I mean,
if you're
there's no
killed
danger
because
of them being killed,
if,
but still
if,
they
if a
won't do
person is
it.
killed because of, so to say, anti-Semitism, because a person hates Jews, even if the person was a bad person and even maybe deserved death, was that bad that they even deserved death, they're still included among our martyrs.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying the standards have been massively diluted, and
No, that's
nobody stands up for a
there's no
principle.
standards the only standard for being a Jewish martyr is being killed for being Jewish. You don't have to be a good person. There's no in
You
Judaism
should be standing up for
there's no
a
connection.
principle of Judaism. You don't, you know, you should be standing
I'm
up
making
for
the
a
point that
principle. Like you were
generally,
saying, rather than you will be killed if you're ordered to murder, if you're ordered to commit extramarital sex, and what's the other one? Idolatry. That's
yeah, but
when you
so
are
the
supposed to
big
martyr yourself, right? So
the
that
big
would be the
three.
absolute standard for Kiddush Hashem, not I was murdered because I was a Jew.
Well, so the mainstream opinion today, post Holocaust, is that any victim of anti-Semitism, regardless of why,
Okay,
is a
massive
martyr.
lowering of standards.
Well, you could look at it that way, but theologically, that's not a lowering of standards. It's a theological statement.
Well,
And like it's the term Holocaust, God forbid, as a offering that you don't have to be a pure Jew to be offering to God, and even if you're a bad Jew, that that if you're killed for being Jewish, you're an offering to God and a Kiddush Hashem. On the classical terminology, uh, you could look at like the big three, where a person actively refuses to do something forbidden to Judaism and is killed for it,
yeah,
like
or you
refusing
stand
to.
up for some principle, which is, really the whole point of martyrdom, isn't it? It's like you die for your principles. You're not just a victim of a terrorist attack. Um,
It's the nature of the word Holocaust. Like even just the translation of the word of the offering is the implication that all Jews are all victims of the Holocaust were martyrs, regardless of anything personal about whether they were a good or bad person. And
isn't there
you call that a lowering of standards, but it's saying it's a different theological
I
understanding of what
know,
martyrdom
but
means, where you don't have to be. a good person who's killed for no good
I know.
reason at all
You're
to be a
repeating
martyr.
yourself now, but I mean, I was just going to make
I
the
mean, you're
point that
making a point that's not
Orthodox,
valid. When you
Orthodox
make the point that the
rabbis,
lowering of standards,
Orthodox
that's
rabbis,
not a that's not
Orthodox
the
rabbis
theological understanding.
seem to say that the Reformed Jews of Germany brought it on themselves. Isn't there a view that says that?
Yeah, but even the people that say that would still include them as martyrs.
But the whole idea of Jewish
Even the
suffering
people who say
is
that would say that
punishment for
those
sin,
people
is it
died
not?
those people died kiddush Hashem. That even if they brought it upon themselves, even if it was our own fault, that it was still a kiddush Hashem.
But it has to be a conscious thing. If you want to martyr yourself, you have to
No, it doesn't.
consciously
I'm saying
martyr yourself. Not, oh,
that's not
somebody
the
killed me
Jewish
because they didn't like
understanding.
me for being a Jew.
Yeah, I mean you're making a logical point, but that's not the Jewish theology
Okay, okay. Well,
behind martyr.
but I think you have taken that point. Um, so, and you were
In
saying,
one way, you could look at no one deserves to be
I'm not
killed.
saying that. I'm not saying
And,
anybody
and it's like
deserves to be
if
killed
you're
for
talking about
being,
like,
whatever
God
they.
forbid, if a Jew was about to commit a horrible crime and kill someone else, and the Jew was shot before they could kill the other person, God forbid, it was okay. Was that person a martyr? When you say, well, that person really deserved to be killed because he was about to kill another person, and the only way to stop him from doing it was to
Self-defense.
kill him. And so you say, okay, is
Well,
that person
that's
a
not
martyr?
martyrdom though.
But
It's
you're talking
self-defense.
about Jews who are bad Jews um, that weren't killed like in self-defense. They were killed for being Jewish, even if they were a bad Jew. They didn't deserve the Holocaust. They didn't deserve to be killed. They're a martyr. And even if, according to Jewish law, that maybe they did something that was deserving of the death penalty, they still didn't have a right to be killed. As
Nobody
opposed,
is saying that. Nobody is saying that. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar
well, I'm
with
saying
the
that's the point.
Orthodox
That's the purpose
Jewish
of
view
correcting your
that the
statement.
Reformed Jews brought it on themselves.
All
That they
Jews who are
brought it
killed,
on themselves because of sin. Yes, I mean,
but it doesn't
you
change the
are
fact that
familiar that there is a
that
view.
doesn't change the fact that they still die for Kiddush Hashem.
Well, that's your definition, the lower
That's
standards.
no, I'm saying
That isn't
that's
the
the accepted
classical
definition.
definition.
No, even classical that even Roman times, all Jews who die in Jewish wars, uh, at the hands of our enemies, are considered to have died all Kiddush Hashem, even if they're a bad Jew,
Well,
even if they committed the
all
worst sins.
soldiers are martyrs. I guess that's a common propaganda point,
It's not a
in
propaganda point; it's
war.
our theology. If you're rejecting the basic theology, anybody listening, I mean, Claire could be making an argument, but no, all Jews who die at the hands of our enemies, no matter how bad their sins are included among our martyrs, are considered to have died
But you
all
were
Kiddush
talking
Hashem.
earlier about the classical definition that you if you refuse to die if ordered to commit adultery, murder, and idolatry, you are. I mean, this is a conscious thing. You are dying for a principle.
That's
You are being asked to
definitionally
do
Kiddush Hashem.
something, and you choose death rather than, you know, do the
That
thing.
that's textbook Kiddush
Yes,
Hashem.
that's what I mean, and
But
I'm saying there
also
is a difference.
included that's what's saying the big three. If you're a Jew and you want to know what's the price of being Jewish, and the price of being Jewish means that you have to choose death over the big three.
Yeah,
And
that's what I meant.
should you choose death over the big three, you'll have died all Kiddush Hashem, sanctifying God's name. But that's also the classical textbook definition of Kiddush Hashem,
Yes, that's
is
what
being killed by the enemies of Judaism by being killed for being a Jew. So there's the point of giving up your life where you're required to give up your life rather than do these things. But if you get killed, God
you
forbid,
are glorifying victimhood, though, aren't you? I mean, I know this is
that's the
the trend
definition
of the
of Kiddush
times.
Hashem. If you're a Jew who gets killed for being Jewish, that's textbook, classical, all Kiddush Hashem. In the time of the Romans, when the Romans sacked Jerusalem and they killed 1,000,000 Jews, even the evil ones died all Kiddush Hashem. They were killed by the Romans for being Jewish, whether they were good or bad Jews. Their death was all
So
Kiddush
what is the
Hashem.
difference?
During the
You were
Holocaust,
talking about
any
the.
of the Jews that were killed by the Nazis, whether they were good or bad Jews, died for being Jewish. They died all Kiddush Hashem. It was a sanctification of God's name.
Okay, so So, but you were agreeing earlier
There's
that
no but
there's a
there.
difference. You
That's the
were
textbook
agreeing.
definition of sanctifying. There's the big three,
Yeah, I'm talking about the big
and
three one.
and there's when you're killed for being a Jew.
You actually saying that they're two separate things, and now they're separate but the same. Separate but the same.
They're both Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of God's name.
But you were talking about the theological definition and the classical definition. So I guess there's some sort of
But
difference.
they're both theological because you're talking about what happens to a person after they die or the nature of their death. So the big three is active. Like if you have a kid and you're raising your kid as a Jew, and they ask you, what does it mean to be a Jew? And say, well, Jewish law means that you have to choose death over the big three. And your kid's like, whoa, that's scary. Like, well, I don't like, God forbid. Um, I'm not sure I'd want to choose death. So you tell them like, well, Kiddush Hashem, you're sanctifying God's name. And also, like anti-Semitism. So to say, there's people who hate the Jewish people. There's the enemies of the Jewish people, and there's a high price of being Jewish. If you're Jewish, even if you didn't do anything wrong, there's a lot of people who hate us, and even the Holocaust. Okay, Jews did a lot of bad things, but they didn't deserve to be killed. They weren't even. You could talk about theologically, but in terms of the Nazis didn't have a right to kill the Jews just because Jews maybe committed sins that deserve the death penalty from God's point of view. That possibly we did deserve to die. The Nazis had
But
no right to
nobody is
kill us.
saying they deserve to
That
die
is the point of what I'm
technically.
saying. The Romans had no right to kill us. The
Nobody
Nazis
is
had no right
saying
to kill
that.
us. So if you were killed by the Nazis or by the Romans, you died sanctifying God's name, even if you were a bad Jew. In fact, it makes no difference.
But
If you were killed by the Nazis and you were a horrible Jew, it's just as much of a Kiddush Hashem as if you were the greatest Jew.
I suppose this is part of your multiple truth hypothesis because
No, it's not part of
you
it. This is
actually
this is
concede that there
fundamental
is an
Jewish
active kind
theology.
of martyrdom and a passive kind of martyrdom. So if you're killed without being asked to do this or to martyrdom or death, I mean sorry, martyrdom or do this thing, and you asked to make a choice and you make the right choice and you choose martyrdom, then it's a different order of Kiddush Hashem than somebody who is not asked anything, a Jew who's not asked anything and is killed. So I'm sure
Yeah,
you will
so if you're
concede.
just killed for being a Jew, you're not asked anything, you're just killed for being a Jew. It
You're
makes
not even
absolutely
being
no
asked.
difference whether you're the worst Jew or the best Jew. It's considered Kiddush
Then you
Hashem.
become a victim. There is a difference between being a victim and being a martyr, surely.
Well, I mean, you use the term. So say there was a terrorist attack in Israel, and one of them was in Bnei Brak, and it was Orthodox Jews, and there was another one that was at a bar. And so theologically, it makes no difference. Both are equally Kiddush Hashem. Even if the people at the bar were like gay and doing sins, it makes absolutely no difference. They were killed for being Jewish. It's considered Kiddush Hashem.
The
And if the guy killed
equalization
at
of
Bnei Brak was a
martyrdom
rabbi
is.
who never did anything wrong, it's not like his was a bigger Kiddush Hashem
Okay,
because
could you tell us what the other lot were doing? I'm not sure. I knew there was Jews killed in a gay bar, and what about the other lot?
it wasn't a gay bar. Just saying it would make no difference in terms of when a
but it's
person is
death.
killed for being Jewish.
Sodomy
It
attracts
makes
the
no
penalty
difference
of
whether
death.
they were good or bad
Sodomy already
in
attracts a
terms of
penalty of death for Jews. But could you tell me what the.
yeah, but it makes no difference. You're saying if the person was doing acts that deserve the death penalty and they're killed due to anti-Semitism, it makes no difference. They were martyred. They weren't taken to court and put to death by the court for doing sin. They were killed by an anti-Semite. So it makes no difference whether they were a good or bad person.
But I'm saying there is a difference between
You're
somebody actively
fundamentally
choosing
misunderstanding the
martyrdom
concept of Kiddush
and
Hashem.
somebody who's just a
You're
victim.
if, I'm stressing this because you're fundamentally missing the point of Kiddush Hashem if you're connecting the fact that people killed in Holocaust or terrorism are bad Jews. It
I
makes
didn't
no
say they
difference.
were
They
bad
died all
Jews.
Kiddush
I didn't
Hashem.
say they were bad
They
Jews.
weren't taken
But
to a
I'm
court and
saying,
put to death
obviously,
for their sins.
you were the one who told me that Reformed Jews are regarded by Orthodox Jews as heretics. I think it was you. Wasn't it you?
Well, no, I said Zionist.
No, no, I mean, not on this occasion, but on a previous occasion, you told me that Orthodox Jews regarded Reform Jews as heretics. Isn't this true?
I mean, generally, ultra Orthodox Jews regard every other sect of Judaism as heretics, like Zionist, Reform Jews, conservative Jews, even Hasidic Jews. Like the throwing around heresy to other groups of Jews is extremely popular. God forbid.
Okay,
But
but this was the view because the Reform Jews were the Jews who wanted to fit in, but have a Jewish flavour to their lives. So they were all about fitting in, and their home city wasn't Jerusalem, but it was Berlin, right? That it was that kind of thing.
well,
That
Reform
was
Jews
regarded
generally
as heresy.
Reform Jews definitionally rejected the divinity of the Scripture.
Yes, and this was regarded as heresy by the Orthodox Jews.
Well,
So
yeah, obviously.
okay, but I mean, we don't have to, belabor the, the, the point, I suppose. I mean, I was just, interested in
Well, I'm saying, yeah, I mean, like, do
the
you believe that
divisions.
Moses spoke to God and that the Torah, like Maimonides' 13 principles, that the Torah that we have today is the same Torah that was spoken to Moses? That when you go to synagogue and they open up the ark and read from the book of Moses, that is the exact same Torah that was spoken to Moses. And if you don't believe that, you're a heretic. I mean, that's definitionally according to the 13 principles, and Reform Jews, definitionally say that they're not even sure that Moses existed, let alone that God, that the Moses is God's word.
Right. I mean, I was looking at
And that's the majority of Jews in Israel. The majority of Jews, even in Israel, I mean, in Israel, that's the, like universities, professors, politicians, um, reject the historicity of the Bible. They reject the biblical prophecy of Moses. That's the mainstream Israeli position.
yes. So we know that about half the
That's why I
Jews
think that
disagree with
Zionism,
the other half. So so anything you ask a Jew,
that's why
you would get a yes and
that's
a
why
no.
the majority of Jews in Stanford Hill are anti-Israel.
They're
And I
just
said
so what do they
the
actually
rabbi in
expect?
charge of the ministry of religion in Israel is a Reform Jew, is a heretic.
Okay, so
But he's still the rabbi in charge of the ministry of religious affairs in Israel.
so his legitimacy is doubted, it's questioned, and this
Well,
has
I mean,
always been the
what's more,
problem,
his legitimacy is backed up by the state of Israel. He's the
which is
official
secular.
minister of religious affairs of Israel.
So, but if God exists, he would disapprove of the secular state of Israel, is all I'm saying. I mean, currently, liberalism is the political orthodoxy that operates in the West, but, maybe that's not forever.
Well, okay, Jews have a tendency to, be judgmental and curse each other. But I mean, God might not want us to be judgmental or curse each other, like presumably not. And whatever reason, the struggles that, saying the Talmud says every single person, when we die and go for judgment before God, every single person gives the exact same answer. And I think I've told you, I don't know if you remember what that answer that every single person, when they appear before judgment before God, gives.
I don't remember having this conversation. What do they say?
I was struggling with the evil impulse.
The Yetzer Hara.
Yeah, so every single person from the greatest to the worst gives the exact same answer when we die and stand judgment before God. So I mean, theologically, you'd be like, so okay, the worst of us to the best of us, we're all struggling with the same problem. The Yetzer Hara, the difficulties of the material world, and so I mean, there's practical, like, okay, Israeli politics, who's a heretic, how you want to raise your kids, and saying, like, God forbid, like, anyone familiar with Judaism, we spend a lot of time bashing each other, but it's not necessarily a benefit. Just because there's Orthodox Jews who bash each other doesn't mean that that's something necessary. In fact, like the Lubavitch Rebbe, most of the sages made a point not to bash each other, and that's why it was so uh, forceful about this point of Kiddush Hashem, that even the worst Jew, if they die, uh, if they're killed for being a Jew, is equally Kiddush Hashem as if they were a righteous Jew. And that's pretty straight clear. So that God forbid if a heretic gets killed in an act of anti-Semitism. He's like, ha ha ha, God forbid. I'm glad he died. He was a heretic. He's like, no, that was a Kiddush Hashem. That that heretic who was martyred, that was just as much of a tragedy and a sanctification of God's name as if it was the chief rabbi who was martyred.
Yes, but bearing in mind that there is a difference between martyrdom and victimhood.
No, no. But when it comes to martyrdom, there's no difference.
Well, I think people would make inquiries and say, "Oh, how did they die?" You know, and I'm sure if
It's a
somebody
difficult
actively
theological
martyred
point for
themselves,
your
they
average
should
Jew.
have special distinction and be,
Well,
given an A plus
because you're talking
rather
about
than a C
atheism.
minus.
The main reason why people reject God is because of the suffering of the righteous and the reward of the wicked. So if you see a bad person who gets martyred, and you're like, well, they're a bad person, well, of course, as
But
opposed to if you see
Hinduism is
a good
like
person
that.
who gets martyred, it's like, oh, that's shocking, you're like a good person. But so that's the paradoxical Jewish teaching that when it comes to martyrdom, it has absolutely nothing to do with being a good or bad person, and so it's this paradoxical
I'm sure
teaching
this
that's
is
difficult
modern.
even
It's
for most
modern,
Jews.
isn't it? This is a modern
Rabbi Mizrachi
interpretation.
apologized. Rabbi Mizrachi said those statements and he apologized
Well, actually, Miss Rocky said what? What did he say?
about the sinfulness of the Jews who died during the Holocaust.
Oh, I was thinking in particular his Holocaust denial statement. I mean, he
Yeah, I mean, he
basically said
apologized for that.
that the 6 million should be divided by four, simply because the Orthodox definition of a Jew is that your mother has to be a Jewess, and the Nazi definition of a Jew is that you're considered a Jew if just one of your four grandparents is a Jew, and then they're going to get you for
Yeah, I
that
mean, he was
alone.
factually incorrect, and even if to God forbid that the most likely people to survive the Holocaust were people who had mixed blood, who intermarriage is the single best defense against anti-Semitism. That I mean, his
Really,
point.
I think it causes anti-Semitism. I mean, we know OV, and I mean, I know a lot of anti-Semites who have had a string of Jewish girlfriends, or have Jewish, well, Brundle, he's
When
married.
the thing when society turns against the Jews, God forbid, the historically the best protective factor is intermarriage,
But
and so
then
they go, no.
you probably have annoyed so many Gentiles. They'll know who you are, and well,
I mean, you could say that there's a cause of anti-Semitism, but a protection against anti-Semitism. That intermarriage causes anti-Semitism, but the protection against anti-Semitism is that usually it's the full-blooded Jews who bear the grunt of anti-Semitism, and having mixed blood will be a defense from anti-Semites. That they'll question, like not to say that they're not going to necessarily question who's a good Jew or a bad Jew. They're going to turn, God forbid, historically or even today against Jews in general, and they'll question mixed blooded Jews whether they're one of them or they're one of us. So if it's like Doooovid, it's not like a question of am I a good Jew or a bad Jew, or you see anti-Semitism when they turn against the Jews. It usually
it's
turns
whether you can
against
pass
Jews
as a
across the
Gentile or
board,
not, I
and then
suppose.
they question whether mixed-blooded Jews are one of them or one of us, so to say, as a Gentile. If they're looking, they're not going to try to examine every Jew whether they're a good or bad
Yeah,
Jew,
I mean, they
but
do
they'll
ask this
examine
question: Are
mixed-blooded
Jews
Jews
white?
whether
Right?
they're one of us or one of them.
Are Jews
And
white?
also, like during the Holocaust, God forbid that I mean, it was historically known that the best defense against being a victim of the Holocaust was having light features. That you were most likely to survive the Holocaust if you had blue eyes, if you had light features, which presumably comes from an admixture of non-Jewish blood. That they even if it's not whatever the genetic evidence, but that the Nazis were much less likely to kill Jews who had light features because it was difficult to distinguish whether they were one of them or one of us. So from their perspective, and so if the Jew had light features, they were more likely to
Yes,
have mercy on
I'm
them.
aware. I'm aware of that. But
So there's
the
the point that,
question of whether Jews
this
are
isn't a
white
religious
and
statement from Jewish law; it's a historical statement that if you're scared of anti-Semitism or getting killed or beat up for being Jewish, that intermarriage is actually the best defense. And even the
Really,
Reform
really.
rabbis in
But
America
that's going
or the
against
Jewish
your own rules.
institutions
That's
promoted
going against
intermarriage.
your own rules.
Well, yeah,
You're not meant to
but
marry
we
her.
changed our rules, and in America, the Reform rabbis
Okay, so you're
promoted
really a
promoted
reformer.
intermarriage as a method of countering anti-Semitism.
Well, it doesn't work though because it
It,
makes
well,
people like Ov hate you even more, and Brundle is has a certain view of Jews because he's married to a Jewess and knows her family, and
well, I
that
mean,
could
it's worked
actually
pretty well in
create
America. That's why you had
anti-Semitism.
like Blinken and Garland and Kamala Harris, who are all intermarried, like Joe Biden. President Trump. President Trump, he can't be an anti-Semite because his grandkids are Jewish. Kamala Harris married a Jew. Blinken's half Jewish.
But they could
Merrick
easily
Garland,
flip.
half Jewish. That from the non-Jewish level, you're saying this Jew is my cousin, and
Yeah,
so I mean, from a
people could easily
practical
flip.
level, intermarriage is the single best defense against anti-Semitism. It's against the
Yes, you
religious
keep
dicta.
saying that, but actually, a lot of people who hate Jews have had relations with them. Had Jewish girlfriends, Jewish wives. You know, I again, or Jewish stepfathers in the case
Yeah, I
of
mean, if you're
Ov.
referring to individual anti-Semites as opposed to institutional anti-Semitism.
Well, it has to come
So
from somewhere. Anti-Semitism. So, I mean, you were saying something
I'm
about
saying in U.S. power structures, you're saying at the highest levels of power, uh, philo-Semitism is caused by intermarriage.
an anti-Semitism. Philo-Semitism might cause anti-Semitism.
Well, so it was preemptively in the United States that the Reform rabbis promoted intermarriage as a form of assimilation, as a tactic to prevent
Well,
anti-Semitism.
it's
So
blown
this
up in
isn't
their
a
faces,
religious.
hasn't it? It's blown up in their faces. You get a lot of confused
I don't think
Jews
it
like
has.
Aaron Amihud. Uh,
Well, I'm saying how's it? I mean, because you have online people, but saying in the halls of power, or even in mainstream America, that you Jews are still from I mean, the most popular people, and God forbid
are
that.
they? I mean, you're complaining about anti-Semitism, and now you're saying Jews are the most popular people. I mean, which is it?
Well, I mean, both are true, but in polling wise, the Jews are polled as the most popular people. I mean, look in America, God forbid, it was a bad week for anti-Semitism, and it was Orthodox Jews who were targeted. So when anti-Semitism increases, usually it's Orthodox Jews who get attacked, full-blooded Jews. That even during the Holocaust, God forbid, the majority of the Jews who suffered the worst were full-blooded Jews that were the most Orthodox. And so, this week in America, God forbid, there's video. This Orthodox woman got ran over by a car in New Jersey, in Orthodox town. This a black man in New Jersey went on a rampage, stole a car, stabbed two people, ran over people, and he attacked Orthodox Jews. Generally, um, that's how it works.
So statistically,
Anti-Semitism targets full-blooded Orthodox Jews, and usually the people who suffer the least anti-Semitism are mixed-blooded, that because they're assimilated the most. There's no better form of assimilation than
crypsis,
intermarriage.
crypsis.
Well, it's not even crypsis. It's factually my identity. I'm not a crypto Jew. I'm mixed-blooded. Like those non-Jews are factually my blood. Someone looks at me, they see like, okay, I'm part. Yeah, like usually I could tell Native Americans just looking at them, but or Scottish or whatever you're saying. Like I've factually shared DNA with non-Jews, so it's not even a crypsis. So if you're a full-blooded Jew and are crypsis, and just assimilated, it's not the same thing as being mixed-blooded. And historically, this has been demonstrated in almost all of uh, the expulsions, the pogrom, the Holocaust, and in modern anti-Semitism today. And you could say the cause of anti-Semitism, but the effect of anti-Semitism. So even if intermarriage and secular Jews are the cause of anti-Semitism, the people who bear the brunt of anti-Semitism are usually full-blooded Jews and Orthodox Jews.
Until the Gentile decides to be a bit more organised about it, and I suppose if he thinks about it a bit more, the Jews that anti-Semites would have come into contact with most would be the liberal assimilated Jews. I mean, most people who say they hate Jews have probably never met an Orthodox Jew, so
Yeah,
it
but saying
swings
that
and
the ones that
roundabouts, I
come into,
suppose.
you hate the people least, you hate people more that you don't know. So even if it's like the halls of power, where you're talking like, okay, like Mark Zuckerberg, Sergey Brin, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Blinken, uh, claim, all of the people like the globalists that people claim about, that complain about, are mostly mixed-blooded Jews. Um, but those are the ones that people know and are familiar with. And usually
Okay,
violent
think
hatred
of
comes
it
from
as God's punishment. In that, okay, you're not supposed to marry out. So
violent hatred
the
comes
more
from
you
people that you
the more
don't
you
know.
marry out, the more you have these sort of mamzerim, I suppose you call it, and that is what enrages
But I'm
God
saying,
if He
speaking from Mam's
exists.
Aram, there's more of us than there are of them.
Yeah,
And even to say that
if God exists, He
the
would be
Mam's Aram aren't the
triggered
targets of
by the
anti-Semitism.
mamzerim, right?
Well,
He would
generally
be
saying
annoyed
Mam's Aram
at the
aren't the
mixed
targets of
race people.
anti-Semitism.
What?
Mam's Aram are rarely the targets of
I know, but
anti-Semitism.
I'm
Usually
talking
Orthodox.
about. I'm asking you to take into account the hypothesize that God exists, and He wouldn't approve of that. I mean, that's all I'm saying. And that the idea that if God created good and evil, He might have created anti-Semitism as a punishment for Jewish disobedience to His laws. It's.
Well,
I,
no, I'm saying the different. I'm saying anti-Semitism is, I say, is usually directed. I mean, God forbid, I see it all the time. Like people find out I'm half Jewish, and they're no longer anti-Semitic towards me. Um, even like I want to be a Jew, like I did everything to be a Jew, but like anti-Semite, like Adam Green is like, even to Brundle, he's like, oh no, he's got a non-Jewish father. Like he's one of us, and it's a
on a
blood
good
thing.
day, but then maybe on a different day they'll say, "Oh, that Doooovid, that Jew."
Well, I'm not
So
saying they like me or something, but I'm saying that generally
you're the
anti-Semitism
only
is
one who
directed.
talk to them, so of course they like you. You're the alt-right rabbi, right? I mean, you're the most learned Jew in these circles, and they've got you. So and the
Well, I
thing
mean,
about.
well, it's also to say that to say um, Jews belong in Israel. That anti-Semitism is a factor of our own theology that we don't belong here. Saying if I'm a Jew, according to my own theology, if you're in London, New York, Detroit, you don't belong here. According to our own theology, we belong in Israel. We're temporarily here due to theological reasons, as opposed to like a mamzer or a half Jew. It was okay. I belong here.
Yeah,
Um, you know, so,
I'm basically
I
saying
haven't
that the
said that. Like
purpose of Jews
I
is
was
is
chosen. I was chosen by the rabbis. Like I didn't go into this to to do this, but I went to Jewish schools wanting to be a Jew, and the rabbis separated me and chose me to do this because I'm a mamzer, because I'm a half Jew.
what do you mean? What did they do to you? Because they discriminated against you?
Well, they discriminated. They based on my lineage, they trained me for a different path.
What was the other part?
Well,
What
I'm
was the
just
other
being like a
path you could?
normal, just being like a normal Haredi. I mean, like I was on the path to be just like a regular guy in Stanford Hill who was doing what normal guys in Stanford Hill do.
And instead you. What
It
were you
was
supposed to do?
as opposed to like dealing with non-Jews, to speaking to non-Jews on behalf of full-blooded Jews.
But don't don't full Jews think you create problems for them? I remember the interview that you had with Joseph Cotton, who thought you were inciting anti-Semitism.
Well, he's also half Jew. I'd say not. I'm not saying that every Jew's like in my corner and thinks that I'm like a great guy doing him a service. But Joseph Cohn's also a half Jew, and
Oh, which half?
I'm not actually sure. Like he's a little unclear. Like his name's Cohn. If it's his father who's Jewish and he converted or something, I don't know his detail. He hasn't said, but I mean, he said he's made the point that he's only half Jewish. He's made the point that he looks different. That like he's very light featured. And he's made the point that he doesn't even look Jewish, and it's because he's not fully Jewish blooded. Um, and even people like that speak to him, even question his Judaism. Like, you don't even look like a Jew yet because he has non-Jewish blood. And even I don't know his stories if he shared that.
Yeah, he
Uh,
doesn't seem very knowledgeable about, I guess,
I mean,
religious
he.
stuff.
I mean, he's like me. He's a born again Jew, except he went down. He joined the IDF and became a Zionist. But he's similar to me. He's he came from a secular family, became born again. Um, but it's saying that, yeah, I mean, the fact that Joseph Cohen's doing what I'm doing, he's another half Jew. Um, but yeah, of course, there's going to be criticism, and it's saying like generally, Jews don't have like the Jews that watch this are the Jews that don't have faith. So if a Jew has faith, like they're not necessarily they don't care what I say. They're not like picking over what I say to make sure I say the right thing. They say, okay, this is my function in the greater Jewish community. Half Jews, are emissaries to the non-Jews. So it's usually uh, so to say the bad Jews that would even be watching this. Because if you're a good Jew, you wouldn't even be watching this. You wouldn't
Because it
even.
is a bad thing for Jews to take too much of an interest in goyish things, yes?
I mean, God forbid. Like I have it on my YouTube channel, like the Hanukkah menorah. Like there was a lot of benefits. Like I have, the rabbis in the Jewish community, then you have the police and the mayor, and the rabbi usually just like leaves them to me. Like I'm not the rabbi. Like I'm just the guy who helps them out. But like when the mayor and the police come, just like go talk to this guy. And so if you're like a Jew who's trying to get involved in, so from an Orthodox perspective, I'd be like a gatekeeper keeping Orthodox Jews in. And so, Orthodox Jews who don't want to be kept in might look at me in a negative way. Because like I don't want
Kept
this
in what? Sorry, I don't understand. Keeping
me,
Orthodox
meaning
in a
meaning to say that
cage?
if you're prefer to be isolated and keep your culture in order to keep that, you recruit someone like me to speak to the Gentiles on your behalf.
Oh, so you don't have to deal with the yucky Gentiles yourself.
Well, you don't have to put a pejorative on it, but just say that. I mean, you could have a pejorative, and I had certain rabbis that even told me like they don't want to shake they literally just wanted me to shake these people's hand for them. They would even occasionally let me pretend like I was the rabbi, just so they wouldn't have to shake Gentiles' hands, God forbid.
Mhm.
But and saying there's religious reasons for that. It wasn't necessarily like hatred, but it's like I don't want to shake this guy's hand, and so just have me to shake their hand for them. Um, and a lot of times there's actually Jewish law reasons for that. It's not anti-Gentile hatred or anything. It's just purification or certain reasons that would be too difficult for a Gentile to understand because it's based on uh, Jewish ritual. But if you're Jews are just people and Orthodox Jews are just people. So if you're just looking at like they don't look at me like as their spokesman or something. I'm not really their spokesman.
Mhm.
Saying that I'm just speaking to you or just shake some hands or deal with communal things occasionally because the communal leaders don't want to have to deal with that. So if my local rabbi, who's head of the congregation, like has to deal with the police or the politicians or even business people, celebrities, and it's like, oh man, I don't want to deal with that guy, and so it's like okay, let's a half Jew deal with them, and then the Orthodox Jew that's not so in on his Orthodox Judaism, you could call it like jealousy. Like, well, I want to be the one who's dealing with the celebrities, dealing with the politicians or the businessmen or the police, and but within the Orthodox culture, it's not really that respected. So it's like if you're looking from the outside, you're just like, oh, like this guy's the leader of our community because he's the one who's speaking to the politicians and the police.
Mhm.
But from the internal point, it's like this guy's the least amongst us. That's why he's the one who was chosen to speak with the non-Jewish leaders.
He's the messenger boy.
So if you're Orthodox and you don't buy that,
Mm.
they're really against their own leadership. So
Mm.
they're not really against me; they're against their own leadership. And once they're against their own leadership, say, saying, okay, well, here's this guy. He's just a half Jew who hardly knows crap. If he gets to speak to these people on the community's behalf, then I should be doing it. But it's saying, no, it's based on blood. They chose me to do it because I'm a half Jew, and I went to their schools. So okay, like, Joseph could be like, okay, like, he's saying things I don't approve of it, but he's saying, okay, I went to their schools. So like, I mean, you could look at me like, I mean, I don't think anyone could turn against the Jewish people, but it's saying like I chose out of my own will to serve rabbis and went to schools. Like I studied in the Chabad yeshiva, so they don't necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of half Jews, but there's not that many, and I think you'll see that just like Joseph Cohn, that it's half Jews like us that end up defending the Orthodox community to non-Jews, and it's specifically designed like that. And also, I think it creates more sympathy. They call it like, God forbid, the Sarah Silverman and the Jew face. That they say that Jewish women, when they're played in movies, are usually played by non-Jewish women, and because they say non-Jewish women acting as Jews garner more sympathy. That there's less, whether that's accurate or not, but saying half Jews garner more sympathy among the Gentiles than Jews. Like if my local rabbi started saying the things that I was saying to the Gentiles, they'd be like, "Oh my God, these people really are that different." But when you have the half Jew representative, it so to say, it garners more sympathy because people could see me and them. Literally, they could see non-Jewish blood in them.
But no Orthodox Jewess would, go to Hollywood, would she? I mean, she'd be kicked out of a community, wouldn't she? I mean,
Well, I mean, of
there are
course,
no
like
Orthodox Jews.
Hollywood is made up of former Orthodox Jews because the grass is always greener on the other side. So I'm saying any Orthodox Jew that's speaking to you is, saying generally Orthodox Jews don't worry about anti-Semitism. Theologically, it's almost like a heresy to even worry about anti-Semitism.
Yeah, because they expect
I
it.
mean,
It's
people
part
are
of
just
their
people. Orthodox
identity.
Jews worry about anti-Semitism, and and the concept, it's called kavod begoyim, being honored from the Gentiles. So from a certain, like, honor from the Gentiles is no honor. And so if you're within the Orthodox school that say, well, being honored by the Gentiles is not really honor, it's a bad thing. So like, some guys like, oh, the Gentiles want to honor me, and I don't want it, so I'm going to send Doooovid to get the reward for me. So if there's some, really believing Orthodox Jew that the Gentiles wanted to honor, and he was like, well, just send Doooovid, because like, who wants this honor from the Gentile anyways?
Uh,
And it's like, well, Doovid didn't deserve the honor for the Gentile. He's just there because the Orthodox Jew didn't want it. But then you have like Orthodox Jews that says like secretly coveting. It's like, no, I want to be honored by the Gentiles. And even like Hollywood or something like that. So like obviously, if you're a nice Orthodox Jewish girl, and I mean it's in the Talmud, like it's like that goy thought you're a beautiful woman. And it's like, well, that's horrible. I should scratch my face so that no goy will ever think I'm pretty again. And it's like, but no, I mean, your average Jewish woman is like, wow, that Gentile thought I was beautiful. And I mean, I went over that with Luke, and God forbid the rabbi's daughter that was reduced to being a whore because she overheard the Romans saying how pretty she was. And but it's saying, so if you're an Orthodox Jewish girl who's beautiful, so to say, that the Gentiles would consider you beautiful, and the rabbis say that's a bad thing. You cover your face. Better where you wear a bag over your face than have Gentiles thinking you're beautiful. But it doesn't mean that that, like, people are people, and suffer from pride and various things. So like, God forbid, Hollywood is made up of former Orthodox Jews.
and why do you think Hollywood is made up of former Orthodox Jews?
Well, and just like law, like why there's a proclivity between Judaism and theatrics in Hollywood would be like Talmud, and I was explaining to, I forget who, just geographically, like how many Jews live in America,
About 7 million?
and how
Seven?
many Jews are in Los Angeles.
Two?
I think like, so estimates between half a million and a million.
Okay.
I mean, 10% of American Jews live in Los Angeles,
Right.
and Hollywood has Hollywood's even like 30% Jewish demographically. Like literally, the Hollywood is a town in it's a suburb of Los Angeles, and it's literally 30% Jewish. So when we say like Hollywood is Jewish, like literally Hollywood is 30% Jewish, and then demographically, 10% of Jews live in Los Angeles. So so if you're it's an it's like you know banking, New York City, politics, um, metro Washington D.C., most notably Baltimore, like Chicago, business center, Detroit business center, Los Angeles, business media. So the historical connection between Jews and business media um, has factually made Hollywood one of the biggest Jewish centers. Los Angeles is one of the top 5 Jewish centers in America.
So, would you say the reason why they're more? I think Catholics would. There's a Catholic contingent in Hollywood too, isn't there? Or not? Or am I mistaken? Because
Well, yeah, but I mean, Catholics are like 15-20% of America. So I'm saying 10%
yes,
of 10% of American Jews live in Los Angeles, maybe more. Saying like no, I mean Catholics like less than 1% of Catholics live in Los Angeles.
right. I only say this because of the background to this is that the Catholics were also discriminated against by the Protestants, so they couldn't get jobs or whatever, and they found I don't know the West Coast
You could go
Hollywood
also is
more
like
receptive to them.
Hollywood is made up of former Orthodox Jews, made up of Jewish heretics that because of the theology of Judaism is most abhorrent actually to Jews. Like if the people who disagree with Jewish theology the most are Jews, because nothing says worse statements about Jews than our holy books. I mean,
Really?
right? Claire
The
Claus sitting here,
curses for disobedience,
Claire
that sort
Claus
of
sitting
thing.
here saying that like like we deserve death and because of our own books. Like
Mm.
you're sitting here saying these egregious statements of Jews, but you're just saying it because our own books say it.
Yes, yes, I
And that's
suppose.
the precipice for Reform Judaism to say like like no, we don't stand for what our books say. And so changing the perception of Gentiles um, is generally the venue towards Orthodox Jews. So it's like, okay, some Orthodox Jews watching Doovid talk to like like counter Semites and like this is really bad. This is bad. Like this is not what we believe. This is not who we want representing us. This is not um and so they but
They
you
can't
want to create
bring themselves to do it for themselves,
well,
right?
so they want to create a counter narrative perception so that like creates an understanding of Hollywood. So even like light features that say, okay, Jews are a European people, and so Jews will selectively choose the lightest featured amongst us to represent ourselves to Goyim in the West. So if you see in Hollywood, you have like 50% like the major Jews in Hollywood are light featured because when we want to represent a Jew to the West, we want someone with blue eyes or blonde hair so that it'll garner sympathy. They say if you had a dark featured Jew talking to the masses, it's not going to garner as much sympathy as if you have a light featured Jew. But I mean, these are more not religious things; these are anti-religious things, where it's people that are so to say that okay, like I'm not scared of anti-Semitism, and if I die as a martyr, good, I'm going to go to heaven. Um, or whatever type statement. So it's Jews that are generally familiar with what our religion teaches, and they want the Gentiles to think something completely different than what our religion actually teaches, and therefore they get into media, news, Hollywood, so to say like I got there first before the Orthodox Jews could get there and tell them what our books say. I got there first and convinced the Goyim that Judaism doesn't stand for that at all.
Hmm. Well, I suppose a Jew is a bit like, well, it reminds me
Well,
of
I'm
the
just saying
story of
running
the
away from
elephant
our
and
own
the
Judaism.
blind men. What did you?
Running away from our own Judaism and saying then even so to say, beating the rabbi to it. Like I knew the rabbi would eventually get here and he'd tell you everything I said was wrong. That's why, I got there ahead of them and made sure to tell the Gentiles, to be ready for what the Orthodox rabbi was going to say so that they know not to believe him.
Well, the thing is that there's no way of disciplining Jews, is there? The rabbis don't have power of death and life
Well, I'm
over
saying,
you anymore. So you can basically say and do what you like because of Jewish emancipation,
yeah, but I'm
which
saying who
might.
wants to discipline the Jews more than the rabbis? So I mean, hence Hollywood in the in politics to attract anti-religious Jews that so to say, want to take the narrative of Judaism. So it's like I said, there weren't many rabbis in America, and the Jewish leadership determined that the best vehicle for success in America was intermarriage. So that by the time the Orthodox rabbis got here and established themselves to say intermarriage is completely forbidden, that there would be more of us than they are, or that so to say, like, is the rabbi really going to say intermarriage is completely forbidden when Trump, Biden, and Kamala Harris are all intermarried with Jews?
Well,
So to say, like, we beat them to the punch, and
you're completely discounting the existence of God, aren't you? It's like, well, we get away with this, but
well,
really,
that's
I
what the
suppose if
Kabbalah.
you were mindful of God, you think, oh, well, what would God think about all this?
Well, that's the
That
interesting
doesn't
thing is,
enter into your consideration at all, does it?
no, it does, because the rabbis, the Kabbalistic texts, the Talmud predicted that Jews would act like this. So it's like Adam Green who was saying, like it was a conspiracy going back thousands of years ago when the rabbis created Christianity. Like, because the rabbis predicted that it was going to happen like this.
What the rabbis predicted that Jews would create a religion for Gentiles? Is that what you're saying?
Well, in the sense of Christianity, but also that it would be Jews running away from their own Judaism. That would so the prophecy that Jews would the exile and ingathering of the Jews, and that the first Jews to go would be non-practicing, intermarried, atheistic Jews. That when the Jews go to the four corners of the globe, that the first ones to go are so to say, the non-practicing Jews, because no practicing Jew is going to go to some far corner of the world where they can't be a practicing Jew,
Mm-hmm.
and then against the own whims of the non-practicing Jew, that the rabbis, because just like Christianity, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, the Bible itself has this concept that the wicked, like Joseph Cohen argued against me, the management class, that the wicked work and the righteous reap the reward of the work. So that so to say, the wicked Jews, the non-practicing Jews, would set up and become accepted among the Gentiles, and then the Orthodox, the proper following Jews, would follow along afterwards and be recognized as the real Jew. And like, even like Christianity in general, that the wicked work uh, for their own belief that they're going to get benefit from their sin, but then God takes the benefit of the efforts of the wicked and gives it to the righteous. So it's a general concept in Judaism, and it could be seen like with Adam Green as Christianity, or with secular Jews. So now, if you look in Hollywood, it's like 10% Orthodox Jews. There's synagogues, there's Hasidim, and and now even in Hollywood, you have a rising amount of Orthodox Jews. So it was, God used a person's sin against themselves, and God took the efforts of the sinful person and gave the reward to the righteous.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the way it's already laid out in the Bible and the prophecy of Moses, who says that that's the way God works, and in the Talmud, through the Kabbalistic literature, where it actually talks about the exile and ingathering of the Jews, and the process of first the sinful Jews going, and eventually the righteous going and reaping the reward of the wicked.
Mm-hmm. And finally, on the subject of Islam, um, do you, I know it is a view of Jews that God would not have made a second and final revelation to Gentiles. Is this a view that you share?
That what?
That I know it is the view of Jews who take their religion seriously that God would not have made a second and later revelation to Gentiles, because
Yeah, I mean, that's in the Talmud. It's clear.
they call the Quran false, don't they?
Yeah, but that's clear in the Talmud rabbinic teaching that Gentiles only, in the same way that Christians say the only path to God is through Jesus, that the Talmud or Moses, the only path to God is through the Jewish people.
But is there anything in the
I mean, it's like
Torah?
that's the Noahide concept that if you want to come closer to God, you have to attach to the Jewish people. That you could that there are no prophets to the non-Jews, and your relationship to your ultimate revelation of God is dependent on your relationship to the Jewish people.
Yes,
So I mean, that's the unpolitically correct, unapologetic, uh, approach of Orthodox. So to say,
yes,
Orthodox Judaism is clearly said in the Talmud and the other books that if you want to come on to God, you have to do it through the Jewish people.
yes, and is there anything in the Torah that says that God would not make a later and better revelation for Gentiles?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's in Moses himself. I mean, one that there. I mean, it's certainly better. I mean, in Moses itself, is that Moses, there'll never be a prophet that will come to the stature of Moses. And I mean, I have to. I mean, the Talmud definitely the three requests of Moses. So it's one statement of the Talmud has it like it was actually a request of Moses that God granted.
What was his
Um,
request?
I have to look it up. God asked Moses. Moses asked God for three things. One of them being that Gentiles could only come onto God through the Jewish people.
Oh, that's actually in the Torah, is it?
In the Talmud and in the Masechtas Brachos, I'd have to look it up. I mean, I have to look it up, but
Okay, okay.
that's you're just written. It's certainly in the Talmud. Um, Mainstream, so to say, exclusivist Jewish theology is like, no, I'm sorry, you're a Gentile. You could only come on to God through the Jewish people.
So,
I mean, Maimonides, you could come onto like logic and philosophy and God, but I mean, maybe like Judas Maccabeus and his anti-Kabbalist, or Maimonides.
sorry,
Even
Judas
Maimonides,
Maccabeus.
even Maimonides basically says you have to come on through the Jewish people. Maimonides has the most rationalistic approach that a Gentile, through the pure faculties of reason, could come on to God and the highest levels of understanding. But beyond that, Maimonides says that a Gentile who used that reason would come on to the fact that God chose the Jewish people, and to further understand Judaism would have to either, God forbid to sound like Adam Green, to either convert to Judaism or serve the Jewish people. Not only serve the Jewish
well,
people like a slave, but the mission of the Jewish people. So if you're a Gentile and you
like
become
teaching
God,
Noahide
realize
laws.
that well, yeah, and say the Noahide laws is like serving the mission of the Jewish people.
Well, I was putting it to Snorkel Blog, whom I was talking to 2 days ago. Uh, this thing about the Noahide laws, because he was saying, well, he's a self-confessed anti-Semite, and basically the position of anti-Semites is this: that because they hate Jews, they hate the Abrahamic God for making Jews his chosen people, because they can't get over the fact that God would do such a thing, and therefore they
Well, I
reject
mean,
it.
put it
Well,
in
actually,
reverse.
Jen Shah does that. Your streaming partner on Week in Review.
Yeah, and it's saying that generally the position, saying the rabbinic uh, position would flip that because they hate God, they hate the Jewish people, not the other way around. Or saying you're saying because they hate the Abrahamic God, but saying that the Abrahamic God is in fact the God, the accurate God who created the whole universe, and because they have a problem with the Jewish people because they have a problem with God. I mean
Well,
saying
it's the other way around. I mean, I guess
well,
they hate
that's
Jews,
your
and
approach.
therefore, well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
because you can't like punch God in the nose. You can't wage war against God So if you hate God, the most harm that you could do to God is by harming the Jewish people. So anti-Semitism is really anti-Godism, and I mean you could call it okay because Jews don't. There's Jewish theology from okay Jews not behaving properly, leading to anti-Semitism, but you ultimately uh, people who hate God can't wage war against God. So the only way that they could, so to say, inflict harm in God is by inflicting harm in God's most dear possession, the Jewish people.
But God did say quite mean things about Jews in the Old Testament.
Well, I said nothing. There's no, God forbid. There's no book more anti-Semitic than our own text. No, no, not even Mein Kampf. No anti-Semitic text says harsher things about the Jewish people than the Jewish holy books.
Can you cite an example?
I mean, God forbid. Yeah, the curses in Deuteronomy.
Oh, yes, yes, I'm familiar with them. But I was thinking of something in Jeremiah.
Deuteronomy 20:28.
Mm. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Curses for disobedience.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty bad. I mean even um, even
Being
I remember
sold as slaves
when
and
I first
nobody
went
will
to,
buy you. That's yes. The
when I
unkindest
first
title.
went to well two things. When I first went to Israel, like I remember, I was in Or Samak, and like I went to Rabbi David Gottlieb's lecture on the Holocaust, and he said two things. First of all, he said that there was nothing that happened to the Jewish people that was not explicitly warned about in the curses in the books of Moses. And he said that, God forbid, it could have been worse, and that in the time of the destruction of the second temple, it was likely worse. And then even, God forbid, Moshe Wolfson in Brooklyn, I remember very clearly, where you asked about the birth pains of Messiah, and one rabbi had said that in his this famous rabbi, the Noam Elimelech, about 250 years ago, said that in his merit there wouldn't be the birth pangs of Messiah, and then asked, well, what about the Holocaust? And he was had a cup of wine, and just a little, but he threw out the wine, and he said the Holocaust was like the what was remaining in the cup compared to what the holy books warn of. And he used to say scary statements like God forbid what's coming is going to make the Holocaust look like summer camp, was the expression he used to use, God forbid. But you're saying the warnings to the Jewish people in the book of Moses are meant to invoke fear, and even from God punishes sin, and so from the nature, like you said, all Jews who are killed are martyrs. They didn't deserve to be killed. From the Nazi perspective, no Nazi had a right to kill a Jew. From God's perspective, and when we were chosen as the Jewish people, in the warnings in the Bible of what could happen to us if we don't act properly, that in reality it should have been way, way worse. And if you read the warnings that are given, that we got off with a light sentence, God forbid. And that's why I say, why did Jews run away from Judaism so much? Because I mean, the Quran's not necessarily like that. The Quran has law books, but the Quran doesn't have these excruciating, horrible warnings about what will happen to us if we disobey.
Well,
And
it's
that's
basically
why
saying,
some people argue, why some Christians, like even the Israelites on Titan TV, they were arguing that the God of the Hebrews is evil. Adam Green was arguing with Zen Shapiro, and he was claiming it's a different God. The God of the Jews is a different God than the God of Jesus, but that is from what's written in Moses, that God gives these extreme, excruciating, horrible warnings about the penalty for sin.
well, this neatly brings me to the point that I would like to make, which is that the logic of Judaism would dictate that the easier route to God would be through the Quran, because Islam is Judaism light. It doesn't have all these terrible punishments and horrible restrictions. And so, if you do worship God, and there's only one, and Jews and Muslims apparently worship the same God, and it would be logical to suppose that they do, it since there's only one God. Um, then, since the 7th century, that there has been an easier route for Jews to heaven through the
Well, so
Quran.
that's Noahidism. That's for Gentiles. The Jews, you have um, stronger requirements. That okay, like Islam, if you want to call it, Judaism light. We just call it Noahide, a form of Noahidism, and it's a lesser standard because the price of being God's chosen people is a higher price. It's higher standards.
Yeah, but if it
That's what
could
I'm saying. Like,
easily, the point could easily be made that God only created Jews to point them towards Islam, because the logic of how all these Jews trying to escape from their genetic inheritance running out of Israel was to say, I don't want to live like that. I can't see the point of these restrictions. I just want to get away from it. And Islam just says, yeah, you can. You can have the easier
but Islam's for
route
Gentiles,
and the
not for
lighter
Jews.
burden. Pardon?
Islam even defends the continuation of Jewish practice.
Yeah, of
I mean,
course,
Islam's for Gentiles, not for Jews.
it accommodates. It accommodates.
I mean, because it
The
recognizes
people
that,
of the book. The people of
right?
the
Because it
book are
recognizes the
accommodated.
covenant with the Jewish people, and that even the Quran vindicates that God gave these more stringent requirements for the Jewish people.
Yeah, and they say, look, you can't keep it. It's too hard for you to keep it. That's why
No,
half
that
of
they
you are
can,
not
as
even.
Gentiles, not that Jews can't, that Gentiles can't.
They can't what?
Gentiles can't keep it. I mean, Jews, God wouldn't give a test to people that we couldn't pass. Like Gentiles couldn't keep uh, the restrictions and the extreme test of the Jewish people. But I mean, Jews can. That's why God chose the Jewish people, because we were the one people capable of passing the test.
Or there's something seductive about being God's chosen people, and even though you don't really believe, you still want to cling to that identity of being God's chosen people. But perhaps in the afterlife you will be punished more because of the 36 capital offences. The um,
Well, it's possible. I mean, so why did Jews retain our Judaism? Like, I mean, the Holocaust, anti-Semitism. There's hundreds of millions of people that really don't like us a serious amount. Even though I mean that, but generally Judaism has a high retention rate, and even historically, like even I mean, okay, there's assimilation, and but despite all that, Judaism has a high retention rate.
what is the? I mean, has there been a census of Jews? I mean, are there more Jews now than there were before, or I mean, has there been any record taken of numbers of Jews in total?
Yeah, I mean, of all people, the historical documentation of the Jewish people are probably the best of all historical documentation. Even in, the Book of Numbers is called the Book of Numbers because we took censuses. So from the very beginning, the first thing that Moses did after we left Egypt was take a census. So that there's always been relatively, I mean, it's disputed among academics the accuracy of it, but like there's, if you look on Jewish organizations, they're always taking census data.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean,
are
there's the
there
Book
more
of
Jews?
Numbers. Saying the Book of Numbers is the Book of Numbers because we took censuses.
Are there more Jews now than there are before, or I mean, was there a time when
Depends how you count the Jews. It's about even with the pre-Holocaust times. And you say no, it's because of anti-Semitism and persecution that that the Jewish people is always a small people, and that's why I said, like, from an Orthodox perspective, you're not really supposed to worry about anti-Semitism. It's just the price of being Jewish, and like anti-Semitism doesn't have to do with Gentiles; it has to do with us. So if you're secular, like the ADL or Jewish organization, you're saying like anti-Semitism is a problem of Gentiles, but from a religious point of view, anti-Semitism is our problem. It's God's way of punishing us. And so, like, the Gentiles don't hate us because of the Gentiles. The Gentiles hate us because God made the Gentiles hate us to as a punishment for our bad behavior. And
Or
that's why I say,
it could be that Gentiles are
but I think
programmed.
nothing's more harsh on the Jewish people than our own theology.
Hmm. So it was,
So that's why that's what you're saying. The biggest opponents of Judaism are Jews that are familiar with our theology and are, so to say, running away from our theology because they know how harsh it is.
mhm. Could an argument be made that Gentiles are programmed to hate Jews and blame Jews if they suffer from bad government? Because
Well, yeah,
you were
that's why
saying
I mean,
earlier
yeah,
that
theologically, they said that that's the price that Mount Sinai, Sina, like Sinus Chinam, Sinai means hatred. And when God chose the Jewish people, it caused all the nations to hate us. And that's why I said that people take their complaints to God out on the Jewish people. In fact, the Moses says, the prophecy of Moses says itself that the Jews suffer the punishment of the mistreated orphan. That not even necessarily Jews who mistreat an orphan, but just an orphan who is mistreated, that God will punish the Jewish people due to the cries of the orphan. And that it's explicitly mentioned in Moses and in the later sages that like God forbid the word Holocaust as a burnt offering, but that the Jews bear responsibility for the suffering of humanity, and so that if you're a person who suffers unjustly, that the tendency is to take that pain out on the Jewish people. So it's okay if you're, Claire or something, you're like, I suffered unfairly, and you're a Gentile woman, no connection to the Jewish people, but you're just looking and saying, well, God, life wasn't fair. It was rigged against me, and I'm taking out my complaint upon the Jewish people because they're your chosen people. So I mean, that's basic Jewish theology. It basically says that straight in the Bible to our modern theology that people take out their gripes on God upon the Jewish people, and that's the price of being a Jew. That if you're a random Jew, you never did anything wrong, and all of a sudden people hate you, that's just the price of being Jewish, and they not necessarily anything that you did wrong. It's just that someone out there is suffering and has a complaint against God, and as God's chosen people, they're taking their complaint against God out on us, and
yeah,
that's the high price of being a Jew. So Claire, you're thinking, okay, you're going to be a Noahide. You don't really want to be a Jew because if you were a Jew, that would mean that people have the right to take their complaints. I would say a right, but factually, people take their
yes, yeah.
complaints on God out on you. As a Noahide, that's not the case. So you would see as a Noahide, anti-Semitism wouldn't hit you like that, as where the orphan or the suffering person that is looking for a venue for their hatred, they're not going to fix it on you. They're going to fix it, God forbid, on the Jewish people.
Yes, because they think you are somehow responsible for their oppressive government because they think you are
And that's
part
what the
of,
Bible itself says. It's not what they think. That's what the Bible itself says.
says about.
That's what our religion says. It's not what they saying that they think that is that's is what our religion teaches. That's what the Bible teaches. That's what Moses says.
That Jews are responsible for the ills of the world. Sorry,
That
what?
Jews are liable for the ills of the world. Not
Yes,
that I mean, saying if we're responsible is not necessarily saying that we're liable even if we're not responsible. And if you take it from a metaphysical level, that we're responsible for failing to be good Jews. So, like, if there's a place in the world where there's no Jews and there are people suffering, it's not like politically. It's because from like a Kabbalistic, it's because we didn't do the ritual or we didn't believe that it's metaphysical. God runs the world, and like my rabbi said, when like when a Jew in Jerusalem misbehaves, there's violence in Paris, and it's metaphysical because that's just the way God created the world.
to be created Jews to be a kind of divine irritant to irritate the Gentile.
No, He chose us as the chosen people. We're God's representative on this earth. So
But
it's
it,
like management. If you have you if you I mean use like the king example. If you have a complaint for the boss, you take it up with management, and you can't get an appointment to see the king. You lodge your complaint to local management, and that's the Jewish people. So say
yeah,
you
but
have
you
a
don't have
complaint
a
against
pope,
God,
so
and so you take your complaint against God up with God's
yeah, yeah,
representatives
and
on earth, the
you were
Jewish people.
chosen to do this thing that you
Well, to be God's
refuse to
representative
do,
on
which
earth.
is to rank the four Gentile.
Why do you keep on skirting around the issue?
No,
To be
I'm not
God's
skirting around.
representative. Well, why can't you
Yeah, yeah,
say what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but no, no,
To be God's
because
representative on earth.
well, you won't do this thing. I mean, you don't really teach them the Noahide laws. You don't explain why idolatry and blasphemy is bad. You indulge in it yourself. You're, friendly with Christians. You say, the Lord's Prayers,
Well, I try my best, but
wonderful.
I'm saying that
When
that's why
really their religion
I'm
is
still
nonsense. Their
talking with
religion
you,
is
and that's why
nonsense.
you're still blaming me. It makes sense to me that you're still blaming me.
Well,
You're
because
so okay, like I'm a Jew,
I
and
am
therefore
saying
Claire's.
because I am
Of
saying
course,
that
Claire is
you're
blaming me
supposed
for
to
her
be ranking
problems.
the four Gentile religions according to the Noahide laws, explaining why idolatry and
Yes,
blasphemy
I'm
is
at least
bad.
vindicating because, like, I went to good Jewish schools, and like, of course, you're going to blame me for your problems. That's what our religion says you're going to do,
Yeah, and you can
and it's not even
fix it.
because
You
you're
can
like a bad
fix it. You
person.
can fix it by
I'm
You
even
can fix
verifying that
it.
you
You
have
can
the right to
fix
do
it. You
that.
can fix it, but you refuse.
I'm not even calling you like an anti-Semite or a bad person. I'm saying that you're supposed to do that because that's our role as Jews.
Yeah, I was saying that the Gentile is programmed to blame Jews when they suffer from bad government, which actually the Jew could improve by ranking the four Gentile religions and saying that
No, I
Christianity
don't buy
is
that. I mean, you can
bottom
keep
of
on
the
repeating
heap.
that, but like, no, that's not, no, that's not and that's not
Yeah,
how
I know this is not how you
we
think
don't
of
need your
yourselves.
advice for how to represent God. If you want to become God's chosen people, you have to convert to Judaism.
Well,
No
no,
Jew is
no,
going to ask you for advice on how to be a Jew.
because really, w-
I'm saying
even if I did,
no Jew is going to ask you for advice on
I know,
Judaism.
but that's because you don't
Not
want to
that
do
that's
the thing.
because like no Jew in their right mind is going to ask you for
You
advice
don't
on
want to
Judaism.
do the thing that you're supposed to do.
No Jew in their right mind is going to ask me. Like I'm only a half Jew. No Jew in
I'm
their
not
right mind
asking
is going
you
to ask
even.
me
I'm
for advice
saying
on
that there
Judaism,
is a
let alone
problem.
you.
I'm saying
Doowood who
that there
went to
is a
the top
problem. There
Jewish
is a
schools in
problem.
Jerusalem.
There is a problem of Jews not wanting to do this thing. It's very simple. Nobody's asking them to get hurt or something. I mean, all
It
they have to
doesn't
do is
surprise me
rank the
that
four
no Jew
Gentile
would ask
religions.
me for advice on Judaism.
Yeah,
And like I
but
went
they
to,
won't discuss it. You're
but it
not
surprises
discussing it.
you
You are
that
talking
Jews
over
don't
me.
ask
You
you
are
for.
talking over me, and you refuse to discuss it.
Well, because what you're saying is just illogical
Well,
and
how is
insane.
it illogical?
What Jew in
I'm
their right
asking you
mind
to
is going to
rank the
ask you
four.
for advice on Judaism?
Okay, so you're saying you're doing so
And who are
well,
you
but
to give
you've just
Jews for
given me a
advice on
litany of
Judaism?
problems. You've just given me, oh, we
Who
don't
are
know
you
what
to
to
give
do.
advice to Jews on how to be Jews?
Why not? Are you doing such a good job yourselves? I mean, is anti-Semitism welcome if you're a Jew? Surely you want people to love you and want you to lead the way, and you don't seem to know it. So I guess it's too much now. It's too hard for you to follow.
Well, you want to repair the world, but you're not going to repair the world by critiquing Jews.
Well, then what?
So
How
I'm saying you're just, yeah, I mean, if you want to classify,
I'm
okay,
making
you
a
have
few
complaints with
suggestions, and
God.
I'm making a
You're
few suggestions, and you're rejecting them out of hand, saying that I have no right to make these points. But I'm saying, why not? It's a Noahide laws. You rank the four Gentile religions, and then it will become clear that Christianity is bottom of the heap. But you don't want to do that because you don't want to offend your Christian overlords. Is that the reason?
well, you had that discussion. I'm saying like no Jew's going to ask for my advice on it,
No, you
let
don't.
alone
No. I'm not
yours.
asking for you to give advice to Jews or whatever. I'm asking you for your opinion. I'm soliciting your opinion.
Well, I'm not. I'm speaking to Goyim. Like I would say, even me myself, who studied in the top Jewish schools, it's like no Jew in their right mind is ever going to ask me for advice on Judaism, let alone you. That's why I'm
Well,
talking to
I'm
Goyim.
asking you.
I'm
I'm
talking to you.
asking you, and you're refusing to give it.
Yeah, because you're trying to tell Jews what to do. Like Jews have the Torah to tell
Yeah,
them
but
what to
they're
do. They
not
don't need
doing
some
anything.
random goy. They don't need
Half
some
of them,
random non-Jewish woman to tell
they're
them
not
what to
doing
do.
anything, are they? They have no influence after all. Nobody. You're living in a situation of rising anti-Semitism. You're refusing to point out that Christianity isn't working. Is it working? Do you think is Christianity working, or is it a religion for anti-Semites who use Christianity as a reason to hate Jews? When they talk about synagogue of Satan, which is
Yeah,
a
well,
favorite quote of them.
I'm not an expert. I'm not here to discuss Christianity. I was here to discuss Passover and Judaism.
Yes, and Jewish identity is about
And saying, I mean, you're focusing on
it was
negative.
linked to
Like you should be focusing
anti-Semitism.
on what you should do better, not what So you're in the habit of blaming your problems on others, and therefore you want to
I'm not
blame.
blaming anyone on
You're
others. This is
focusing.
just a
The
suggestion which you
downfall of
refuse to
Christianity.
discuss. You refuse to discuss it, and so do other Jews. I think it's cowardly. It's cowardly. Because
Yeah, I mean,
really,
I've heard
if
your
you are
point.
being logical about the whole
Yeah, I mean,
thing,
you've made this point every single time I've spoken to you now for
yeah,
like a
well,
few years now.
I do. Nobody will discuss it because they don't want to talk about it.
Because you have an axe to grind against Christianity and saying like, okay,
Yeah,
like
I do have a bit because it's obviously failed, and you know it has, which is why you were saying all these things about rejecting it. It's idolatry, it's blasphemy, it's heresy, and that's a problem. And I guess you should have been saying that, but you didn't quite dare because of your fear of your Christian overlords who I guess still rule the world, and I guess that's a problem. That's a problem. If God
no, now
exists.
you're mind reading, claiming that it's because of my fear and saying like um but no, I'm not here to bash going. I'm not here to bash their belief system. If you want to talk
They don't
philosophy or
have a belief
theology,
system, do they? I mean, as I see it, they don't. These anti-Semites don't have a belief
well, I
system.
said I don't put my study into Christianity. Like I focus on other things, consciousness, and saying I don't want to
Well, you should.
put all this investigation into Christianity and like bashing Christianity. We focus on more positive things, and it doesn't have anything
Why is it?
declaring like religion's false or ranking the falseness of ideas.
Yeah. Well,
Isn't
if they're astray, you should be pointing them in the right direction, which is kind of your role, isn't it? Which you don't want to do. You're running away from your identity, I guess.
what I mean, you want to say repair the world, and part of repairing the world is the ending of Christianity, and I'm not necessarily
Yes.
sure that is saying that the universal recognition of God, and like no, I, mean, I even spoke to Adam Green openly. Like I'm one of the few Jews out here speaking about these things, and that's what Maimonides says, that Christianity is um, on the path towards the goal, that Gentiles learn about the God of the Jews and the role that Messiah will play through Christianity. And why exactly that was ordained, I don't know why there's a church on every corner, but Christianity and Islam have a purposeful role in the unfolding of what eventually will be, the true Jewish Messiah.
Well, they're obviously developments because both are derived from Judaism. And,
And so
and
usually,
therefore, even if Christianity is a mistake, it was a necessary mistake. So, Gentiles learn about the harm and damage of idolatry and
and I mean,
blasphemy.
generally, I mean, the point is just like, me and Luke Ford talked about Jews focus on behavior, not belief. And so if you're focusing on belief, not behavior. So I mean that's the thing. So
Well,
why don't Jews do what you say?
we
Because
act
fundamentally
on our beliefs,
Jews
don't
focus
we?
on behavior, not belief.
Well, people behave in a certain way because they believe certain things, right? That's why people fight over religion.
Well, that's your supposition. Was saying
It's not a
that
supposition, it's a fact.
you're thinking like a goy, and so you're trying to advise Jews thinking like a goy,
Sorry,
but
what
you're
is this
saying
thinking
Jews
like a
focus on
goy thing?
behavior, not belief. So you're
Please,
trying to
please
focus on
explain this
belief,
thinking like a
not
goy thing.
behavior.
Please explain this
If you were
thinking.
thinking like a Jew, you would be focusing on behavior, not belief. So you consistently have this false pattern
No,
of
no, no.
giving Jews
Please
bad advice
explain a little
of
bit more
focusing on belief,
about
not behavior.
this belief and behavior thing. What exactly do you mean? What is the difference? And
People
why
are
is one
good
incorrect?
because they display good behavior. And so if you want to be a light upon to the nations, you want to encourage Gentiles to behave properly. And the nature of belief, how and why people believe things, is mysterious, and we don't focus that much on belief.
I thought the whole thing of Emunah and Bitachon, it's like you know that God exists. This is part of your thing, right? And Bitachon, faith that he will act for the best. For the best. So I think you do kind of need to believe in order to do all the things that you're supposed to be doing. And if you don't, then obviously you don't want to do it. And that's why the secular and atheist Jews don't want to live like Jews.
Yeah, I mean,
So
but you yourself are thinking like a Christian. In Judaism, there's 613 mitzvahs: belief, trust, love, fear. Those are mitzvahs, just like
I'm sorry. Why? How am I thinking like a Christian?
because
And this is the ultimate insult. I do not think
you're
that
elevating
an
the role of
executed
belief.
blasphemer is
That's
God.
fundamentally
I
a
mean, this is
Christian way of
the most
thinking about things.
repellently stupid belief that I've ever
No,
come
you are
across.
inherently thinking like a Christian because you're elevating the role of belief.
But we act on our beliefs.
Then, as I said, you're thinking like a Christian
Explain. The Christians
because you
don't
just
even. No,
where do
no,
you
the
get this
Christians
principle
don't
that we
even
act
believe.
upon our belief?
Christians do not believe what they claim to believe. That is their problem.
Where do you get this principle that we
They
act
don't
upon our
believe
belief?
that
What if
Jesus
I
is
told
God.
you that
Most of
according to
them don't
Judaism we
even
believe
know
according
that
to our
they are
actions?
supposed to believe
What if I
that
told you
Jesus is
according to
God. They are
Judaism
so
we
ignorant of
believe what we
they
do?
are so ignorant of their religion that they don't know about the Trinity and the fact that they're supposed to believe that Jesus is God.
I mean, it's in the Passover story. Nasa
No, no,
v'nishma.
no, don't change
We
the
will we
subject.
will
Don't change the
do
subject. We're
we will,
talking about the
I'm
nonsense
doing.
that
I'm saying
Christians are supposed to
you're thinking
believe.
like a Christian, not a Jew,
I suppose you keep wanting to say that to
because it's
insult me.
accurate. Anybody listening could just the fundamental essence of the fact that Jews focus on action, not belief, and Claire focusing on belief, not action, is because she's thinking like a Christian, not a Jew.
I
And
don't
so
see
when she
how.
wonders
I
why
don't
Jews
see how.
don't take her advice seriously,
I
because she's
don't believe that
giving
Jesus
Christian
is
type
God. I
advice.
don't believe that Jesus is God. So
But
why are you
you do
accusing
believe
me
that
of
belief is
that?
more important than action, as opposed to Jews who believe
Well,
action is more important than belief.
obviously, people act for a reason.
So you're thinking like a Christian. It has nothing to do
No,
with Jesus. It has
I
to
think
do with the
this is
fact that you
some
think that
rubbish
belief
that
is
you've
more
just pulled
important than
out. I
action.
don't see how anything I've said.
Because that's a Christian understanding that belief is more important than action. Jews believe that action is more important than belief. So if you're talking about belief being more important than action, you're thinking like a Christian, not a Jew.
Okay, so I'm saying that a lot of Christians, a lot of people who call themselves Christians, don't believe that Jesus is God. They only use Christianity to cloak their anti Semitism and their Islamophobia. Because really, if you did believe in God, you as a Christian would fear the punishment for idolatry and blasphemy in the afterlife, but these Christians don't care. So when you point out to them that they're guilty of idolatry and blasphemy, they don't give a damn. They only use Christianity as a lifetime
I mean, I
belief.
just repeat this. You're
No, you've never
fundamentally
heard
mixing up
this.
your axioms. We believe what we do. We don't do what we believe.
What?
We do We believe what we do. IC3 has the exact opposite. He has the Christian understanding. We do what we believe. The Jewish
No, no,
understanding
no.
is
Give an example. Give an
we
example
believe
of doing.
what we do. So you are
No, no,
thinking
no.
like a
Give an
Christian, like
example. Give an
IC3, where you
example.
saying
Give
we
an
do what we
example rather
believe.
than playing with words. Give an example of your thing and give an example of what you're accusing me of. And tell me the difference.
We're saying we believe what we do as opposed to do what we believe. I mean, it's in
So,
the Passover story, Nasa v'nishma, when God took us out of Egypt to be our God, he hadn't given us the Torah yet. And the Jewish people said, Nasa v'nishma, we will do, and then we will listen. So we say, we will do before we understand. It's the principle of Judaism. Action comes before belief. It's the fundamentals. What the
that's
Jewish people
obedience to
told
God.
God in the Exodus, we will do, and then we will understand.
Okay, so they had no choice and they were given instructions which they followed because they were desperate. Now, what's this about? Okay, so explain the Christian
I
position
mean,
then.
we don't need your narrative on it, saying
I
that that's the
haven't got a
fundamental
narrative, I'm
essence of
asking
the
your
Jewish people.
explanation.
We are God's sheep, we are God's lamb. We will do, and then we will believe.
So basically,
We don't.
Judaism
We
and
don't. We
Islam
don't.
are
We
people
don't.
who do things, who have religious traditions, who, it's like, okay, Jews do Passover, whatever. I mean, they do things. They avoid pork, they keep the Sabbath, that kind of thing, right? And Muslims do similar things. They pray 5 times a day. That they're known for certain practices, while Christians just pretend that they believe that Jesus is God. That is the difference. Is that what you're saying? So they just lie, right?
That's why I say you are
So they just lie.
giving
It's
a
easy, isn't it?
Christianized advice when you're talking about ranking
I'm
this.
not
You're
even giving you
focusing on
advice. I'm not
belief
even giving you
and saying,
advice.
why don't Jews do what you say? Because Jews focus on action,
No,
not
because they
belief.
don't want to do it. They don't want to
Now,
do it.
now you're giving some straw man. I told you because we focus on action, not belief.
I'm not
So you want us
quarreling
to
with that.
focus
I'm
on
not
belief.
quarreling
That's
with that. I'm really not quarreling with you on that. But I'm saying that these
you can't. That's
people
a
who call
fundamental
themselves
principle of
Christians
Judaism. Anyone who's read the
pretend
Bible or
to
knows
believe that
Judaism
Jesus
is a
is
religion
God.
of action, not belief.
Yeah, and what do you think of people who believe that Jesus is God? Is it idolatry?
Because you're asking about belief. So I want to focus on action, not
Okay,
belief.
so you don't want
They
to
want us to
offend
rank belief
Christians who
systems. So it's saying
believe.
that Jews aren't going to rank belief system. We might
Yeah,
rank action.
but that's what you're supposed to do, because you're supposed to be
No,
light
it's
unto
not. That's what
nations.
you, thinking like a Christian, are telling us what we're supposed to
I
do.
believe in
And
certain
saying we're
things.
not
I
Christians, we're
believe that
Jews. We
you
don't
should be
focus on
doing
belief. We
stuff
focus
which
on
you don't want
action.
to do, which you don't want to do, and you're supposed to be against idolatry and blasphemy, and well, you don't care. I guess it's all your diluted principles now.
No, it's saying, I mean, now you're just talking your nonsense and saying when Jews focus on
I think
repair the
you
world.
understood me perfectly.
Well, yeah, because you're just repeating your Christianized belief
No,
system.
no. How is it Christianized?
Because you're focusing on belief.
So you have no beliefs then?
I don't say we have no beliefs. We have beliefs. I say there's 613 commandments.
Yeah, you don't do them though. You can't
About
do
10 of
most
them
of them.
are about 10 of them are about beliefs. About 1% of our commandments are about beliefs.
I think your main thing is
The
to
others are all about
your main
action.
thing is to
Of the 613 commandments,
you don't
a
even
few
care
percent of
about
them are about
idolatry
belief.
because you're
The
a
other 90
Hindu.
some percent
You
are
don't
about
even
action.
care about idolatry, do you, Doovid? You don't even care.
That's one of the commandments. Of course I care.
But you're a Hindu,
Well, Hindu is the belief system.
which is idolatry.
Okay, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about, and I can argue about this, but Hinduism is a belief system.
Yeah, and it's idolatrous.
Well, and
Christianity is also a belief system, and it's idolatry, isn't it? According to you, it is idolatry. But you don't want to
Hindu.
say that because some Hindus were nice to you.
Yeah, I want to study. That's why I have, like 500 books on my shelf about Hinduism.
Yeah, and it's a fallen civilization. It fell to the Mughals, it fell to the British. It's a fallen civilization. Nobody's going to use it for, well, it's an ethno-religion, right? Hinduism is an ethno-religion.
Well, I didn't come to talk about Hinduism. So Hinduism is, it's sectarianism. There's different, like I follow, my understanding of the Hindu belief system. It's just like saying I'm a capitalist, or I'm saying Hinduism. It's a belief system like capitalism, democracy. It's a belief system that I subscribe to.
Yeah, I suppose you should be comparing, those belief systems and, how much they conform to Judaism, I guess, if you're serious about the whole thing.
Yeah, that's why I do. I mean, you're straw manning and saying you're straw manning Hinduism and claiming things that I mean may be accurate according to some understandings of Hinduism, but say Hinduism as a belief system and saying that's I mean, Hinduism as practice also, but I subscribe to the Hindu belief system and even practice. I do Hindu practices.
What are they?
By saying I would put that in the term like Hinduism's like capitalism. Capitalism is a belief system, but it's practices. I run a business. I'm a merchant. I'm a capitalist. So it's a belief system, but I'm also actively a capitalist.
Well, there's nothing that forbids you from being a merchant in any religion.
Yeah, so that I would describe about Hinduism also. That's a belief system, There's nothing inherently forbidden about any of the beliefs or actions that I do part of my Hinduism and Judaism.
So what would be your Hindu deity?
Well, I take a monotheistic approach to Hinduism.
And what's the specialist term for this in Hinduism?
I mean, if you want us to call it like a panentheistic interpretation of Hinduism, and to say that Judaism in a monotheistic is a panentheistic uh, approach towards monotheism.
So you're saying God is a universe.
No, I'm saying that there's God. There's one God. I worship that one God. God isn't the universe. God includes the universe. God includes everything. There's just one, and that one includes everything, including the universe.
Okay, so
But that's mainstream. That's a mainstream Jewish Kabbalistic belief. They're saying there's not God and then a separate universe. God includes the universe.
no.
That's
I thought the correct
monotheism.
belief
Like
of God for Jews it would be that God created the universe and exists outside of it as pure spirit and energy.
well, no, I mean, that's polytheistic. How is there that? I mean, that's a theological question. How can anything, as monotheism, how can anything exist separate from God in the universe? As to believe that the universe could be a separate existence, separate from God, is actually a breach in monotheism.
I don't see
Panentheism.
why. I mean, what's the Holy Spirit for anyway? He's an agent of God. So because of this, the logic
Now
of
you're
this
talking more
system.
Christianity.
No, it's the Jewish system. The Holy Spirit is Jewish, isn't it?
Well, I mean, the Shekhinah,
Well,
the Ruach, and even Ruach Hakodesh is.
yes, that thing.
Um,
So
but no, I mean, generally that's the Christian expression. But I'm saying that
the Muslims have it too.
Judaism's about practice. It's in belief. The main thing that as Jews we're supposed to believe is about the Exodus. In terms of like what is a Jew supposed to believe, like these things about um, esoteric philosophy, saying as a Jew, the main thing that we're required to believe is the Exodus story from Egypt.
Oh,
That's what our
I thought
Passover
it was
holiday is about.
that
Our,
God
our, our
gave the
Passover
Torah
holiday isn't
to
about
Moses on Mount
um,
Sinai.
our Passover holiday isn't about esoteric theological philosophical understandings about the nature of God. It is about the Exodus story and that this God took us out of Egypt, chose us as God's people, and gave us the law. That's the fundamental belief that is required of a Jew. Not necessarily these abstract conceptions about what God, whatever the abstract nature of God that's beyond our understanding, that God chose us, took us out of Egypt, and gave us the Torah. That's the fundamental belief of a Jew. And that's for action. That they're saying the purpose of the belief is to do, and the purpose of the belief that God took us out of Egypt to be our God is so that we would follow the law. That's why I said Judaism is about obedience to the law and action. And
Yeah.
so the belief that I say, like whether you believe or not, is of minor importance. Belief is just one of 613 laws.
In
Of
order
the
to
600, I
do
mean, I'm going to
what you
repeat
do,
myself just to make sure you get this, that there's about 10 or less of the 613 laws that have to do with belief. All the other
yeah,
laws
but you
have to
don't
do with
really do it.
action.
I'm talking about the essential beliefs of Judaism, and
There aren't
idolatry
essential beliefs of
is the
Judaism.
only the you
Now you're talking like a Christian.
no,
They're
I'm
saying
not
that there
talking
aren't
about
essential
the
beliefs of
Christian.
Judaism.
I'm
There's
just
the
saying.
law, and all
I am
aspects of it
saying
are
that
essential.
it is the purpose of the Jew to guide themselves
God
and
took us out of
others
Egypt
from
and gave us the law.
idolatry.
There aren't essential
You don't seem
practices.
to
Even the
care
Ten
about that.
Commandments aren't essential. All the aspects of the law. The Ten Commandments are historically or more important.
It is the most unique thing about Judaism. If you were allowed to practice
No, it's not.
idolatry, you wouldn't exist anymore. It's so obvious. And you don't have to be a Jew to understand it. The only thing that is different about Jews compared to other people is
No,
that
I mean
they
the
didn't
Sabbath
have
was
idols. right? They
Well, I mean,
didn't have idols.
the Sabbath is more important than idolatry. The most essential of the law is the Sabbath. It's the one that's mentioned the most. It is the most,
Well, that is the practice part. The idolatry is the, well,
and you
the
don't have to believe
beliefs.
in Sabbath. Shomer v'zakor, that you keep and guard in remembrance, and that they're positive, uh, action based. You call remembering the Sabbath, even remembering. You put that in the classification of belief, but it's more action related.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you focus
So
on idolatry
your
because
religion,
you filter
a belief,
Judaism through an
a moral
Islamic
system is also
Christian
a
lens.
belief system, and you have to do stuff and you have to believe things. That is what a religion is.
Yeah, I mean, so you're explaining Islam, not Judaism.
No, it is also Judaism because why would you do any of those things if you didn't believe in it? You might do it to fit in. I get it, but you know you're really supposed to do it because you believe in it, and you're more likely to do it properly if you did believe it.
The Ten Commandments are listed twice. So in the Passover story, after the splitting of the Red Sea and Paro's army has been drowned, God gives Israel the Ten Commandments. And then in the very next chapter, God gives um, hundreds of laws. And even to say that we raise the value of the Ten Commandments over the hundreds of laws is largely an inaccuracy. It was just historic that when God took us out, He first gave us the Ten Commandments. That was the first declaration of the laws uh, to the Jewish people after the Exodus was the Ten Commandments, and then right after that is Parshas Mishpatim, where we're given hundreds of laws.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you that if Jews were allowed to practice idolatry, they wouldn't
And
exist
that's before
anymore.
Moses in the tablets. They're saying that even the breaking of the tablets, if that had the Ten Commandments, that God had already given hundreds of laws before that. That the elevation of the Ten Commandments, that's not a Judaic thing. You're saying that even says in Ethics of the Father to look at all laws as equal. That we don't have a hierarchy. That's Islamic. The fundamental beliefs of, I mean, there's statements in the Talmud you say like fundamental things, but you're saying the law, all of it. And if you're giving like Islamic or Christianized lens through Judaism, I'm explaining why Claire is misunderstanding Judaism.
Well, I just don't see how you can, get around the fact that the thing that makes Judaism unique is that they don't have idols. And if you were allowed to practice idolatry, you wouldn't be around anymore. I just don't see why you find this so controversial.
I mean, that's not. I mean, one, because it's not accurate. You just made that up. And one,
This is,
it's not true. I mean, it's
how
the
is it
Sabbath.
not true? Do
It's
you
the
have
Sabbath that makes
idols?
us unique. And I mean, the Torah says specifically it's the Sabbath that makes us unique. And the Sabbath is considered the sign between God and the Jewish people. That's explicitly written, Oti Olam, um, that we say in our prayers. Sabbath, Oti Olam. It's the sign to eternity, Beni Benehu, between us, between God and the Jewish people. That's the Sabbath that is the sign of the Jewish people that has kept us alive for all this time. And your statement's not even accurate that the ban on idolatry is common among Islam and possibly other traditions. And even like the Sabbath, you say that it's been popularized, that not in the way of Judaism. That the way Jews understand Sabbath is unique to the Jewish people.
Yeah, so the
It's the
Sabbath is
first thing
something
in the
you
book.
do,
So he's
but
saying Sabbath
idolatry
is
is
in the
something
creation of
that
the
you
world.
avoid in your mind.
The first chapter of the Bible includes the Sabbath, not idols. In that creation, God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. And then he gave the Sabbath to the Jewish people
Yeah,
as the unique
I
sign
know, and you're
to the
supposed to
Jewish
do
people.
it,
He
but
didn't
this
give
is a
the prohibition
practice.
of idolatry as the unique sign to the Jewish people. He gave the Sabbath. And the Sabbath is the fourth commandment.
People have all kinds of weird practices, all kinds of groups. So Jews rest on Saturday, so fine. But I'm saying that
That's
inwardly they
Saturday.
have to
Saturday
avoid
is an idol.
idolatry.
Saturday, we rest on Sabbath.
Okay,
Saturday
Friday
is
to
idolatry.
Saturday. But the
And
point
according to
is,
the
this is a
idolater,
doing thing. The Sabbath is a doing thing, but the idolatry thing is part of your belief system. It's
idolatry is
supposed to
also a
be.
doing thing.
But I'm talking about the prohibition. You have to keep in mind that you're not supposed to do it because it's spiritual death, isn't it?
Wait, and it focuses on action, not belief.
Yes, you obviously, in order to be part of a religion,
You're
you have to be
projecting your
known for
understanding of
doing
Islam
things, but
onto
you
Judaism.
are also you also have to be known for believing in certain things. And Jews are meant to, well, not practice idolatry,
I'm
conceptual
saying what
or actual.
monotheism would be and even that is questionable. The biblical origins of monotheism being the thing that Jews are known for. Sabbath is the thing Jews are known for, and even you could call monotheism there being one God as the fundamental thing. Like in saying idolatry is what I said at the beginning, a lotase. It's a prohibition. Believing in one God, monotheism is a positive commandment. Sabbath is a positive, although there's negative. So most of the commandments on Sabbath include a positive and a negative that we should do this, and not. But idolatry is a negative. It's not a positive. The Jews are known for positive things, and that's monotheism and the Sabbath.
Yeah, but it's conceptual. It's the big idea of not
You,
worshipping
you're still
God as
projecting
anything
Christianity.
material or physical. That is the thing that
You're
is
still
most
projecting
unique
Christianity,
to
and saying
Judaism,
the
and
reason why
Christianity broke it.
I mean, Claire could have what she could think whatever she want, but
But
the
it is
reason why
true
Claire
that
is, just for
idolatry is
anyone
your
watching
thing.
this, the reason why Claire is fundamentally off, according to Jewish theology, is that by elevating the role of belief, you diminish the role of the law, and Judaism does the opposite. It elevates the role of the law and diminishes the role of belief.
But you have to believe in it. It helps to believe in it,
You
right?
keep on
Yeah.
preaching your Christianity and Islam.
It's not Christianity.
It is. It's like,
Jews have
once
to
you
believe in
understand Judaism,
something.
you
They
will
have to believe
understand.
that God exists to do
And you
it.
can just keep on
Some of
repeating
them
yourself.
don't
I say,
do
like,
it. Some people do
I
it
mean, we
just to
could end
fit
the
in.
conversation and say, okay, like,
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, you brought me on to talk about Passover. If you brought me on so that you could explain Judaism to me, like, no offense, I don't need you to explain Judaism to me. And for anyone watching, trying to understand what's going on, I'm clearly explaining to people that Judaism elevates the role of action above belief. And that's why me and Claire are having this failure to communicate, because she wants to do something that's intrinsically non Judaic and that's elevating belief over action.
Well,
If she wants to
I've
convince
never
you to
heard
try
it
to
expressed.
elevate belief
I've
over
heard of
action, she
emunah
could
and
do that,
bitachon.
but it's not Judaic in essence,
I think Jews have to believe certain things.
because you're thinking like a non-Jew.
Well, whatever you think, it's a belief system. Judaism. I'm not saying that the practice isn't
That's what you
important.
said. Your argument against it's a legal system. Judaism's not a. I mean, you could
It
say
is
it's
a
a belief
legal
system,
system.
but Judaism's an action system. It's a legal system, and belief is part of the legal system. There's not a belief system separate. The legal system includes the belief system, not the other way around, where the belief system includes the legal system.
I think you're being very confusing here. I mean, I don't see why you can't just admit that Jews are supposed to believe in God. That's what you're supposed to
I'm
do.
stressing the fundamental, and it's okay that belief in God is one of the 613 commandments.
Yeah.
I'm not rejecting that. Of course, Judaism has a belief system. Beliefs are important to Judaism, but it's a religion of action. There's 613 commandments. Only a handful of them have to do with beliefs, and we don't elevate the ones that have to do with beliefs above the others.
I
In
know,
fact,
but
in fact,
the
generally,
difference
we elevate
between
the ones that have to do with
Judaism
action
and
over.
Islam and Christianity is that Christians can do anything they like, right? They can
Yeah, that's
do
why I keep
anything
on
they like as long as
fundamentally
they pretend
re
that they
that's why I've
believe that
repeated
Jesus
myself
is
like a
God. They
hundred
get
points
away
times
with
right
it.
now, so that people watching this don't have a confusion between Claire's Christian Islamic uh,
Don't call
elevation
me
of belief.
Christian. Don't call me Christian.
Why I said your
Okay.
Christian elevation of belief. That's the origin of your elevation of belief is
Well, if we're
Christianity.
talking about beliefs systems. Religions are belief
Where
systems.
this idea pop into your head that beliefs are so important?
Because we're
I'm
talking
I'm
about
telling you, it's because
Christianity.
of the
Because we're
influence of
talking about,
Christianity.
yes, I mean, fundamentally we are talking about Christianity and how you refuse to say it's idolatry because you don't think it's part of your job, even though you're supposed to be light unto nations, and you know.
Well, that's why I said when Jews focus on tikkun olam, we focus on action, not belief.
Yeah, and you won't do this thing like, point out to these Christians that they are worshipping an executed blasphemer. Because, well, it's more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, and
I
saying
get it.
generally we focus on when we to the Gentiles, we focus on the nature of man and their action to fellow man,
Well,
not man and God.
you don't want to upset your Christian overlords
I
by
mean, you're
telling them that
projecting something. I
they
said
have been
no,
worshipping an
because it's
executed
fundamentally more
blasphemer.
important to be a light unto the nation and
Yeah,
to focus
and
on
lead them
action
away from
between man and their
idolatry.
fellow man.
And lead them away from idolatry.
No, because it's fundamentally more important to focus on the action between man and fellow man,
Such as?
such as charity, kindness, law,
Yes, and what should the
establishing courts
law
of
be? What
justice.
should the law be?
Well, I mean,
Woke
saying that the
law,
most important thing to
LGBT, gay
focus on is
marriage,
establishing courts of
transgenderism.
justice.
Hmm?
The most important thing in repair the world
It,
for Gentiles is the establishment of courts of justice. That there should be some sort
yes,
of
and
system.
what if the courts do not give justice? What is that? Well, what's that problem
Well, I mean,
coming
that's
from?
anarchy.
Yes, and don't you think we're approaching it? Since Christianity no longer works, hardly any. Well, it's a minority pursuit in the West, isn't it?
Yeah, and so now you're going back to dissecting the root of the problem from a Christian lens.
No, I suppose you enjoy calling me Christian when you know that it is my purpose to denounce it as idolatry and blasphemy, and you won't join me
Well, I mean,
even
it's
though
ironic
you're
that
Jew.
the woman who's so anti-Christian sees the world through a Christian lens,
No, I
a
don't
lens
see it through a
a lens of
Christian lens.
belief
I don't
systems
see it through a
as
Christian lens.
opposed to
I
law
don't.
and
What do you
action.
mean? What do you mean by it being a Christian lens? I'm not Christian.
The focus on belief is
Yes,
Christian in nature.
you don't believe. You see, you don't really believe. That's why you won't do it. And all these Orthodox rabbis, they won't
The
do it because they
elevation of
don't believe.
belief is uniquely
I
Christian.
think you just
How
use
many
your
times do we have to
religion.
go over this? The elevation of belief is uniquely a Christian thing. That's the largest aspect
Yeah, because they lie, don't they? They don't really believe that Jesus is God. They only lie that they do to be a member of the Christian club,
but they
and they never
succeeded
believe in it.
in terms of you, they succeeded in convincing you of the elevation of belief.
Well, we can lie that we believe. Yes, we can certainly lie that we believe. But why would these
When
Christians
they
pretend
convince
to
you that
believe in
beliefs
an
is
absurdity?
of some
Why
special
do they
importance.
believe? Why do they claim to believe in an absurdity?
Me saying that I'm making a point, maybe people watching this would understand if Claire can't, is that one of the detriments of Christianity is the elevation of belief over action. So even if Claire doesn't believe in Jesus, she has fundamentally fallen for the greatest flaw of Christianity, which is the elevation of belief over action.
But people act on their beliefs. So the belief that I believe people who call themselves Christian was really to avoid being burnt at the stake. So while Christians were known for being mean to Jews, they killed each other in large numbers because the the practice of burning people at the stake, burning heretics at the stake, was peculiarly Christian. So
Okay, I
I
mean,
suppose that Christians believe that
we're not
it
going
was a
anywhere.
good
I'm saying like,
idea
if you
not
want
to
to preach, you
deny the
could preach, but
Trinity
like,
if they got bad.
I've heard your arguments before, and I disagree. And
What do you
we're
disagree
just
with?
going in circles.
Are you saying
It doesn't have anything to do with Passover.
we've done Passover?
Okay, so you want to wrap up?
Do you have anything more to say about Passover?
Well, happy Passover. Be blessed, and God should have mercy on us. We should, obey the law, be good to each other.
happy Passover, Doovid.
Okay, well, thanks for inviting me on, and God bless.
Shall I go through the chat? Probably not. It's been 4 hours. So thanks for coming, and happy Passover.